check. Make sure my mic's good. What's up? I need a bear. No. What's up, no? Phil flexing. Flow. Yeah, the fight's gonna be on DAZN.
Raymond Muratalla.
What up, Phil? What's going on, man? What up, Mexican boxing #1? I know that you always support people. We keep it low key, bro. Just root for your country, bro. Jeez, man. Jeez, oh, wheeze. So what's going on, man? I'm just getting the stream all set up. Give me about like a minute, maybe like 1 minute and a half. Waiting for everyone to get in. The official card has not started, at least the broadcast, right? I think they have 2 undercard fights live going on right now. I think they have a fight that isn't being shown on the prelim on YouTube or nothing, but they do have this main card starting at 8. So I believe Zaquin's starting next. Is either Zaquin's gonna start off the card or Amari Jones. Either one of those two, but I think Zaquin, which probably makes more sense. But what up, no? West does it. What's up, brother? What up, fight fans? Yo, this is a great fight. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I have been constantly switching my pick on a regular basis, dude. I don't know if I want to go with the Andy Cruz pick. I don't know if I want to go with the Raymond Muratalla. I mean, dude, both these guys are phenomenal lightweight fighters. I think naturally Andy Cruz should probably be the natural betting favorite because of his gold medalist status and his wins against Keshan Davis and other great fighters and amateurs. But I think people are sleeping on Raymond Muratalla. I think they are sleeping on Raymond. I think Raymond is not this this unconventional fighter who, I mean, he's slick. I mean, he's a great counterpuncher, great right hand. I mean, dude, my brain, I think, wants to pick Andy Cruz, but I would not be surprised by the experience that Raymond Muratalla goes. So with that all being said, I think everything's all set up on my end. I think everything's all good. All right. I always have to tweak a couple stuff. Hold on. See, like, that don't even look right. Leandro's name looks crazy. Let me fix that really quick before I start talking to the chat. I don't even like how that looks. Right? That shit looks crazy, right? There we go. There we go. All right, perfect. All right. Let me get with the chat, man. Let me shout out. What up, Phil? What up, West Does It? No, Pat. The Brotherhood Sports, man. Mr. College Graduate, man. JJ. This is at 135. Yes, this is for the 135 IBF title, y'all. So, this is a really important fight because the division's already stacked with guys like Abdullah Mason. I mean, it was Tank Davis, right? It was Tank Davis. But now he's a champion recess. And with that all being said, Shakur Stevenson, even though he's going to 140, he's still a champion there. So I honestly think this is a fantastic fight, personally. It's going to be on DAZN. They didn't do no prelims like on YouTube, so a little confused. They normally do that. No, this fight's been underrated for some reason. Yeah, I honestly think everyone here who's spending their Saturday to watch this fight, without a doubt, are true boxing fans at its core, because this is one of those fights where even though if you have a decision or a person that you have in mind to win the fight, you wouldn't be surprised if the other person won, right? So this is a true, honestly, 50-50 fight. I've talked to a lot of champions on this fight, people in this division. They're kind of torn too, so it can go either way. Brotherhood says Cruz by decision. I feel like I should favor Andy, but I have seen him show either taking the opponent too lightly or his gas tank didn't look 100%, or even lastly, not as solid as a professional, as in sitting on his punches and getting out the way. You know, it's almost like you can still see his amateur style a little bit, and it's interesting personally. Let's go fight night. Who you got, Khalil Cole or Jesse Hart? Yo, skating. Honestly, that's a tough one too, because Jesse Hart, even though he came up short against guys like Zurdo Ramirez, I mean, in hindsight now, that's not a bad loss. Joe Smith Jr., not a bad loss. So Jesse Hart definitely is a rugged veteran Philly fighter who's shown a lot of different versatility, just never was able to overcome the top guys, or it was able to beat those guys. But Khalil Cole, as talented as he is from the amateurs and the standout, breakout, signee that he was supposed to be, he's had some hiccups. He suffered an early loss in his career. Right now, he's missed weight tremendously, about like 6, 7, or 8 pounds or something like that. So, I mean, there is definitely going to be a weight advantage for Khalil Cole, and Jesse Hart is the older fighter, but he's the more experienced fighter. And it's one of those type of fights where if Khalil Cole mentally isn't there and he's still showing some of those rookie kind of mistakes, then Jesse Hart is going to take full advantage of it. But if Khalil Cole, who came in 6, 7 pounds over the weight and shows his youthfulness and his great amateur background, then he should be able to also dominate the fight. So it's interesting. I think I want to favor the bigger, younger fighter. But I wouldn't be surprised if Jesse Hart pulled it out, Muay Thai is smart too and experienced. Cruz talented, undeniable, exciting fight. Really, this fight went under the radar for some reason. Yeah, dude, I think Raymond Muratalla, I don't know what it is, but I think people don't really look at him as a guy who can give these guys in the division any type of real smoke. For some strange reason, I think Raymond Muratalla has a tremendous right hand. He's a great counter puncher. I mean, if you really think about it, he's fought guys that Shakur Stevenson has fought, yes, after Shakur, but he got him out of there, destroyed him, He's intelligent. I know that he's had some tricky fights with Tevin Farmer, where some people felt that because he wasn't able to get Tevin Farmer out or beat him convincingly easy, that's why they're going with Andy Cruz, which I think is insane. We saw what Tevin was able to do with Zepeda afterwards. In addition to that, I mean, he got caught by Kid Austin, but it would have been interesting to see what would have happened if he didn't, right? And that would have really been able to give Muay Thai more credit in that sense, because that would have been 3 top guys in the division who had very competitive fights with Tevin Farmer. So, in addition to that, Muay Thai has been on the scene for a little bit underneath the radar, but underneath that top-ranked tutelage where, if you really think about it, last year, I know Top Rank does not have a network deal, but from my understanding, I think they might have only 2 to 3 maybe losses out of their fighters. Steven Navarro, obviously Brian Norman Jr., right? And there might have been a questionable decision for Delgado, but he still won. So Top Rank might be like, I don't know, if they had like 30 fights in between their network deal right now, they might be like 28-2, with one of them being Brian Norman losing to Devin, which I know, once again, hindsight for a lot of people who didn't pick Devin, was that he was just way too green for him. So, and Devin might just have Top Rank's number, right? So, and Zaquin Moses does look like he's going to be the next fight. They're showing tail of the tape, so I'll call that fight. But it's one of those things where I think Raymond Muratalla falls underneath the umbrella of top-ranked fighters, showing that they can win on another network, on the road, even though Top Rank does not have an ESPN to showcase their fights. They are being showcased, beating everybody up on their platform. So, need Tank back this year. I mean, hopefully. Am I streaming a fight? I can't, simply because the fact that it will get a copyright strike, so I can only do live commentary. So, but some of the people in the chat could probably bless you where to go. Obviously, I have it on DAZN, so just being transparent with you guys. Jesse Hart, UD. Yeah, I honestly think Jesse Hart has a good chance in it. I mean, I would probably still, in my mind, go Andy Cruz and Jesse Hart, but it's not because I truly think like they're the overwhelming favorite. I do have doubts in both fights, right? So I'm just happy boxing is back for sure. Did any of you guys catch Zuffa last night? It was a really interesting card. Like it felt like I was really watching boxing on a UFC kind of thing. Like it just didn't. It didn't feel like I was watching it on a conventional, normal boxing. So I'll have to get used to it. I know they have Max Kellerman and Andre Ward. Maybe it's the ring. Maybe the ring I was not like accustomed seeing. It looked a little different. The graphics. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it because I know right now that they're being promoted by UFC. So, but definitely check that out last night. Yeah, 8 pounds is wild, dude. I don't even know how. Like, as much as Keshan has been getting killed for his weight, then Khalil Cole should be like axed, right? and Jesse Hart still won in that fight. So it's crazy that the commissions allowed the fight to continue to go on. I mean, I really don't know what the deal was. I think it's after 10 pounds they have no choice but to cancel it. So yeah, Muay Thai he always looks focused. I think Muay Thai has always been a guy who, for at least when I interviewed, he's not the most charismatic kind of fighter. He doesn't really present quotes. He doesn't really scream. And it's out of like no disrespect, but like his personality doesn't scream like I'm trying to be like a showman or superstar. I'd rather have my fist and my performances get me to the position of a big fight. So if I win, that's how I get it. So, by him, going through the rankings, I think we've seen performances that make you go, all right, he's good, but is he like top 3, top 2 in the division? But then he'll have some performances where you're like, man, I need to see him in Keshan. I need to see him versus Abdullah Mason, right? He looks like a threat. So I know that he's always been focused and never been really, goofing around and doing silly stuff or being distracted. I think the difference in this fight is who will be able to adjust round by round. The coaches are the X factor for sure. I mean, they got both great corners, Boziana's, who's been, instrumental to a lot of fighters' wins last year, and obviously his son Geronimo, and Robert Garcia, who many people feel could potentially be trainer of the year back to back, right? I mean, I might be biased, right? I feel like Mac, even though it was just one performance in many people's eyes, and when he did have Keshan, I think the title shot against Ivan was on that year too. So, but if I'm not mistaken, if it's not, and it was the year before, I mean, that's a hell of a win. And I know that people are looking at Inoue's father or Robert because they've had more wins, and I'm not mad at that. So, 2 great trainers for sure. Are they allowed to have their names on their trunks as Zuffa? From my understanding from the fighters and the trainers I've talked to that fought, sup grandma? They can't have sponsors, and I think they have to wear their attire, that the clothes that they present, just like the UFC. So it's everything that you kind of hear. No individual personality, but a lot of things that they don't have to worry about. Like they have training facilities, food, recovery, strength and conditioning, fighting bonuses. I mean, all that type of stuff. So it really is one of those things where there's good and bad. And I think one of the bad things is that they are limited on their attire and obviously their sponsorship. So all that stuff, unfortunately, cannot be in the ring. So, but all right. So it looks like Zaquin Moses' first fight is about to go down. Let me get this. But on top of it, man, next week is going to be pretty exciting. Like, I think the Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, even though a lot of people, including myself, favor Shakur, I mean, it's boxing, dude. It's just when they finally get in the ring after all this time, you're excited, right? So, let me get the clock going. All right, so this 6-round fight, super featherweight. Zaquin Moses, if you guys have been living in Iraq or just new to the sport, this is Shakur Stevenson's cousin, right? And he's making a ring return against a guy who haven't done any really real deep research. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I mean, it's probably a showcase fight or an opponent to kind of just make sure that Zaquin gets to develop. So I'm not expecting any type of overwhelming threat unless, Moses just isn't that kind of guy that they believe in. But he should be able to get past his opponent pretty well. A lot of people may not know this, but Zaquin Moses beat Cormel Moten in the national championship fight, where right before Cormel turned pro and Moses turned pro, they fought, they met up, they had a 3-round national championship fight where Moses won the first 2, and then Cormel won the last one. So at this moment, Zaquin is doing pretty good. He's boxing. He's keeping Medina pressing the action, but not being able to be successful in the front foot. Moses just using that jab, using his angles and the southpaw stance. I'm expecting Moses to just kind of continue to just box and move, and then probably land some good counter shots, find some openings, and kind of catch Medina being reckless coming in. So they tie up and clinch right now. Where's my chat? What is your name, champ? Your boxing knowledge is fire. What up, Pat? My name is Ron Goodall. I've been covering FIghtHype at FIghtHype for a little bit now. Probably like almost a decade now. Been covering boxing a little bit longer than that. So, and you're right. Zuffa really looks like a UFC environment. Yeah, it was weird, man. Just maybe it's just like I said, just knowing that it's the UFC, it might be the reason why I'm looking at it like that. But it just felt different. And I'm not saying that was a bad thing. It's just something I have to get used to. And I think every boxing fan knows what I'm talking about, where it's just like the environment, maybe how the production is, the energy. Like, it just didn't really give me old school boxing promotion. So even though it's a ring, graphics, it's the same shit. But that just could be me overthinking. Moses is quiet. What the heck? The dude's not active. What do you mean quiet? I'm just like not being busy or active. To add a little bit more context too for the people who watch Zuffa, I know that triangle theories don't work, but to add in a little bit of that amateur story, right? Like I said, Cormel Moten was an 18-time national champion. And I remember when I was in the gym with Shakur Stevenson when he was training for Yoshino, the Japanese fighter, when he made the lightweight division, he had his cousin, and he told me, because Shakur was high on Cormel, like he sparred Cormel a lot, he would bring Cormel into the gym, and so at that point, I asked him about, what do you think about Cormel Moten, and he said, oh, he's really good, he's really great, but he kind of smirked and was like, but I have a cousin behind you, and that kid is going to meet him there and beat him. So with that, it kind of gave me the idea of like, all right, well, let's see, you know, let's see what, I mean, I'm not hating Shakur. I just don't really know as much about your cousin. So, I mean, let's see, you know, maybe I was like, slow down. I know that's your cousin, but let's see, what he got. Hold on. Where is this? I just messed up my back. Back. Next. Back. Okay, there we go. Next. So, next round. Cool. All right. My bad. So, where I was, what was I at? Okay. So I was at the Top Rank gym. Shakur's telling me his cousin is going to beat him. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're just saying that because your cousin. I'm thinking that, right? But they go to the championship and Moses beats Cormel. So that's a big deal. He only had like, I think, 17 or 18 amateur fights, as crazy as that sounds. So there's a kid later on that I meet. His name is Troy Nash, right? Troy Nash is the first kid that fought on Zuffa Boxing. And he went to the WBC Grand Prix, right? And had that draw. But Troy Nash did an interview. And he pretty much was like, prior to Cormel and Moses facing, he said, I'm going to face the winner of them and I'm going to beat them. Which Moses beat Cormel, and then Troy Nash following that beat Moses. So a lot of these fighters have history, but it just hasn't been really brought out to the public like that. But those names, Troy Nash, Cormel, Moses, they're all going to see each other. As Moses puts a good two-piece combination and lands a good jab to the body against Medina. Pretty much a showcase fight. No threat, really. Just picking his shots against a guy that's just coming forward and stylistically just favors Moses right now. Cormel Moten ain't fighting. Yeah, I mean, I believe he has a fight coming up at New York and Verona. I forgot what card, but he did get a fight announcement. So, and I think, I gotta pull it up. I think it's on the same card as, here, I'll just look it up. is on the same card as Manny Pacquiao's son. That's right. Emmanuel Pacquiao. So this will be a Manny Pacquiao. The irony, right? Floyd Mayweather's fighter is fighting on Manny Pacquiao's promotion, right? So yeah, but Cormel will be fighting on the same card as Manny Pacquiao's son, Emmanuel. Shakur and Moses, trash and soft. So I'm assuming you got Teofimo Lopez winning that fight next week, Houston. And yes, Houston, stand up. Who won? The main event hasn't started. Right now, we're just on the first fight on the main card. Zaquin Moses having a pretty comfortable showcase kind of fight where he's not dominating him, but he's also not losing the fight. You know, he's kind of just picking one shots. Medina's putting some effort, doing a lunging, jumping right hand, but you know, right now it doesn't feel like there's any real threat. But yeah, we'll see. It's a 6-round fight, so first fight on the card. Then after that, we'll go to Amari Jones. And then after that, we will be going to Israel Madrimov, the guy that gave Terrence Crawford a hell of a fight out in L.A. And then, and also a solid fight with Virgil Ortiz. And then Khalil Cole, Jesse Hart, and then none other than Raymond Muratalla defending his IBF title against Andy Cruz, the gold medalist. So from the broadcast, they have also announced that Shakur Stevenson's there, obviously to show support to his cousin. And then Keshan Davis, who told me that Eddie Hearn got him some tickets. So no surprise, no surprise. Keshan in the building to watch Andy Cruz, the guy that beat him multiple times in the amateurs and took his gold medal from him. What up, Temp? So what network app will PAX card be on? I believe it would be Amazon Prime, as weird as that sounds. It's what BoxRec has listed. So let me see. I think it'll be on Amazon Prime. Don't quote me exactly, but I'll get a little more details for you. Reset clock. Oh shit, my DAZN went down real quick. Let me close my tab. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for next week, man. And I'm really excited to see this division shape up because I've been talking to the Masons, Abdullah Mason and his family and his dad, and seeing how they just got into the division, got their title. And then potentially we might get Kid Austin fighting for a title because Tank is going to be a champion recess. I mean, this whole lightweight division is changing and shaping up. So I'm really excited to see who wins tonight and just really see these matchups unfold. I mean, Kid Austin, Abdullah Mason, if they both happen to win a title and then face each other for unification, I mean, that sounds exciting. I mean, Andy Cruz in the mix or Raymond Muratalla beating Andy Cruz. Medina lands a good right hand on Moses, you know. Where's my chat? There we go. What do you think about Jay Rodriguez yesterday? Looked good to be. Footwork was great. Julian Rodriguez. Can't believe opponent was taking all those shots without a knockdown. Yeah, that dude was tough, man. I mean, I'll be honest. His only loss was to Pedraza, right? And there's no shame in that. Pedraza was a multi-division world champion, right? Was competitive in certain fights, you know. Lomachenko fight was actually pretty competitive. So no shame in that. But when he fought Avius Griffin, I thought Avius would have the edge because he was the A-side promoted fighter. You know, he had a lot of knockouts. Still really didn't have like any type of super sexy names on his resume. But, you know, throughout that fight, Avius seemed to be the one that was winning the fight. So, you know, Julian got the knockout, and I wouldn't take away anything from him and say it was like a lucky shot went up. But, you know, you wanted to see a little bit more in the next fight, right? To see if that was, that was. So I gave him the credit, and seeing that he was fighting this pretty durable guy from Freddie Roach's camp, and a lot of people. Oh, shit. Moses is landing some good hooks. Looked like he buckled Medina. But, you know, I think Julian has shown that he is a work in progress, but he's definitely not a one-hit wonder. So there is definitely potential in him, and I do feel like he is a very heavy-handed puncher. The guy was pushing him, you know, into the later rounds, and, you know, he was tough. Like, you could see it. he was tiring him out, but at the end of the day, Julian was composed and he did good. So I give Julian a lot of credit in that fight, just being calm. But Medina jumps in and lands a good right hand on Moses, and they clinch up. Pretty interesting fight right now. You know, Moses is in control, picking his shots, landing some good shots, but every once in a while it seems like he gets caught with a right hand, which is boxing, right? Everyone's caught, but you know, he got to be careful with that right hand a little bit in that southpaw stance. But overall, I think Moses is doing a pretty tremendously good job right now. Let me reset my clock. Reset. Oh shit, my minutes is off. There we go. Reset. Boom. All right. Me and Lewis are sitting together. Got the stream. Shakur, and Keshan there now. But yeah, man, what do you guys got? Shakur or Teofimo next week? You know, I've been heavily favoring Shakur Stevenson, but at the end of the day, I know Teofimo Lopez has been very consistent in big fights. He's always shown up. Josh Taylor, Lomachenko. I mean, even Barboza, in my opinion, was a big fight too because of all the stuff Barboza did. So Teo for sure has the better resume amongst the two. And as much as that I favor Shakur, I have to recognize that. And it's going to be a really interesting fight if Shakur is unable to figure Teo out early on. Julian was twice an underdog, though. So shout out to him. I have to see him against a boxer because he's been fighting come-forward fighters so far. I mean, would you consider Avius a come-forward fighter? I mean, maybe he was fighting aggressive. But, oh! Good knockdown. It looked like a 1-2 drop Medina for Moses. No surprise, right? I mean, his opponent, Medina, is a guy on paper. Let me see. I think he's... Oh, nice 1-2 right there. Moses is going to get this guy out of there. He's teeing a good combination off. Landed a good job. Oh, and then another straight left. 2 lefts. Buckled Medina. Ooh, good left. Medina's just high guard. Very scared to throw punches. Afraid to get countered. Medina's starting to try to fight back now, but he's just out of range. Let me see. Medina's 7-2-1. He's from Argentina, so my safe assumption is that he can punch out of his stereotypes. But his actual last fight that I saw him, ironically, was in Washington, D.C. I didn't even realize I watched this dude fight. Now this makes sense. This is who Scooter Davis fought. Scooter Davis fought this guy and stopped him in 2 rounds. Now I'm starting to understand the whole entire logic of making this fight because Saquon Moses has actually been interested in fighting Scooter Davis. So I might have to text Scooter Davis, man. Hold on. Get his thoughts real quick. But now I recognize him, actually. He's a guy who looks like he's fought, you know, tough Americans. This is the second one. You know, all his fights is in Argentina. His first fight in America was Scooter Davis. And now his second one is Zaquan Moses. And at this moment, this is definitely a barometer fight now. This is a fight where now they're trying to compare who did better. Now it makes sense. Okay. A little research goes far. Yeah, Avies has come forward to me. Buncher boxer, but ain't no conference. That's fair. That's fair. What time does the fight start? The main event? We got 1, 2, 3. 3 more fights after this. So it could probably be like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours from now. Actually, more of a puncher with long reach. Hold on. Let me get this text off. Scooter. All right. I had to get that text off. Right now, the doctor is in the corner looking at Medina, I guess, having a little concern because he did take some punishment in that last round. He got dropped on the right eye. He has a cut right now. All right, cool. Let me add the next round up. So Moses is looking for the knockout, being very poised. We're in the 5th round out of 6. Are you showing the main event live? Nah, Freddie, I can't show the main event because of copyrights, right? Obviously, the zone will flag us, but it's pretty much just a live commentary and watch party in here. So, don't know what Tio's punches thrown per round is, but he needs to double it and have a chance. Yeah, I mean, I think good left hook, another straight left from Moses. You know, I think Tio just has to be extremely creative, you know, and I think he needs to really set up some really incredible traps against Shakur, because Shakur's sense of distance is tremendous. And I think overall, I think Shakur's IQ, foot placement, I mean, his ring generalship is solid. But good right hand from Moses, good left from Moses, but good right hook to the body from Moses. Oh, solid 1-2 from Moses. Moses starting to piece Medina up. But yeah, I mean, Tio's going to have to double up. He's going to have to be creative. Maybe try to bully Shakur at moments and then set up some counter punches, because Tio is a great counter puncher. And I think Shakur has to discourage him. I've heard people tell me that Shakur would have to pressure him a little bit and kind of break Tio mentally. But I also feel like Tio does better when people come forward, and he struggles when people are on this back foot. So I really don't know what the game plan is. So, but I do feel like if Shakur's shown his natural boxing ability, regardless if Tio doubles up the punches, I just think Tio's gonna have to just really be creative, put some solid pressure, and then maybe bait Shakur into a fight where then he can capitalize on some good counter punching. But yeah, like Freddie says, Tio needs to pressure him all night. But I really don't know Tio too much as a pressure fighter, right? Like, what fight do we think at the higher level that he's the pressure fighter? I mean, when it came to Lomachenko, he was not the pressure fighter. He was the boxer. I guess he did a little bit more than that. Muay Thai Cruz 8 and 9 will be the key. For who? Do you think Cruz is going to be performing well? Or just in general, they both are going to need that round? Because I feel like Andy kind of fades later in the fight. Am I wrong? I feel like Muay Thai... Well, I guess Muay Thai has been criticizing for fading a little bit too, but it's going to be very interesting what's going on. All right. So it looks like we're going into 6th round after Zaquan Moses dropped Medina. Medina showing a solid chin. Second time watching Medina. I mean, I'm getting the sense that, you know, strong, durable guy. Probably not as solid and fundamental as a lot of these guys with great amateur backgrounds, but, you know, he's definitely a durable opponent. He's still in the fight. Back. But right now, Medina looks very discouraged. Doesn't really look like he wants to complete the fight. I mean, I think he's just going to come out and try to throw some haymaker right hands. But as in right now, he's just trying to get through this fight and probably just maybe win a round. That's the only way he's going to win. Tio has to come forward, pressure. He doesn't throw enough. Yeah, I mean, he's a counter puncher. You know what I mean? Like, he waits, you know, tries to bait. Shakur by points. Shakur is very calculated. I believe he studied Teo more than Teo studied him. I can't see Teo being able to catch him. Teo would have to counter Shakur him. Yeah, I think the amount of footage and time that Shakur has gotten, like, he's more than ready. I think he's been watching Teo's mistakes for so many years now that regardless if Teo makes adjustments and change, I just think that naturally fighters have habits. You know, you can't break that as part of your personality, right? It's almost like you're trying to be this perfect student, perfect athlete, perfect son, perfect boyfriend, perfect, you know, whatever. But, you know, you can't. There's certain quirks, you know, you're always working on yourself, and that's just part of your personality, right? And you're always good right hand for Moses. And same thing with fighters. Like, as much as you try to work on yourself and do these things, you still kind of have human habits that it's part of your DNA. And I think Shakur's have studied it over the years and noticed that Teo still does maybe something similar. So, but I don't see that happening, though. Let's see. What is this? Yeah, Medina's actually trying. You know, I was discrediting him a little bit. Good left hand catches Moses from Medina. I was kind of discrediting Medina a little bit because he looked discouraged at the end of the 5th round, but he's trying. He's chasing Moses, not having a lot of effect, but he's lands, you know, a shot here and there. He's trying. He's chasing him, you know, but just doesn't have the footwork. Doesn't use the jab enough. He's just throwing right hands from a mile. Just not able to actually catch Moses. Moses clinches up with about 30 seconds left. Safe to say this is probably going to go to distance, you know, which by all means is a good display of skill and technicality. He managed to get he managed to drop Medina, frustrate him. I mean, it's a completely different style and different type of win than Scooter Davis, who brought the action and stopped him in 2 rounds. But, you know, they're both fighters on the rise, developing, and it'd be interesting to see those guys clash because it's very obvious why they made this fight happen. You know, they want to see if they're able to have a showcase performance against a guy that Scooter Davis did really well against too. So take it for you want. I give Medina props for fighting these 2 young, up-and-coming American prospects. He's definitely not going to win this fight. You know, the fight went the distance. You know, he got dominated pretty convincingly with that knockdown in the middle of the fight. But, you know, good developmental fight for Moses. You know, still see slight mistakes. You know, gets caught a little bit every once in a while with, you know, a right hand and a southpaw stance. But that comes with time. You know, a guy like Medina who kind of telegraphs his shots and doesn't really set it up. You know, you shouldn't really be getting hit by that. But it's boxing, you know. Maybe he thought he was going to do something else. So, but first fight on the telecast looks like soon to be done. We'll go to Amari Jones, then Israel Madrimov, and then after that, we will be going to Khalil Cole, Jesse Hart, and then none other than the main event, Raymond Muratalla and Andy Cruz, which I am excited to watch. But in addition to next week, man, what do you guys think about Keshan Davis and Jermaine Ortiz? I've heard a lot of people tell me, even though they feel like Keshan's the better fighter, you know, they feel like some of the distraction and the things that's gone into his life may play a factor into the Jermaine Ortiz fight. Other people say this is the perfect opponent for Keshan. He needed a fight where he can come back, get some sort of redemption. He's locked in. And others just say, yo, Jermaine Ortiz is just the better fighter overall because he fought Lomachenko, he fought Teo, and many people thought that he had a case, at least in a Teofimo Lopez fight. So it's interesting, you know. I like to think that's a fight where it's about redemption and opportunity. Keshan Davis is clearly on his comeback after that crazy debacle that went down in his hometown, Norfolk, Virginia. And obviously, this is a huge opportunity for Jermaine Ortiz to get a signature win and set himself up possibly for a big fight at 140 with one of the champions. So I think Keshan Davis gets it done. I think Jermaine Ortiz is an opponent where, by all means, he's a great, talented fighter. I think he does fade in the second half. And I think somewhere along the lines of that, he will then succumb to somewhat of a pummeling, and I don't know if he'll get stopped, but you know, Keshan's pretty good at cutting off the ring using that jab, and he has a really good step back, you know, counter shot. Just strong, just a strong guy, physically strong, likes to fight in the inside. So at some point, if Jermaine Ortiz does fizzle out and has to fight Keshan, it's not going to be a good fight for him, at least. So definitely going to have to be light on his feet, on the move, to make it a competitive fight against Keshan. But we'll see. Keshan has great body shots overall. So but yeah, Zaquin gets the win. They give him a nod. Got the knockdown, not the knockout, but still solid performance for an up-and-coming prospect, for a guy who doesn't have a tremendous amount of amateur fights. So, but very interesting, man. Because they definitely lined this fight up because Scooter Davis fought him. So, but all these guys are going to eventually be the next crop of guys. Scooter Davis, Corman Moten, Zaquin Moses. You know, obviously Abdullah Mason is the champion in the division. You know, I know there's other guys like Manny Chance that's coming up. Because Jermaine Ortiz fought great fighters doesn't make him better than Keshan. He's lost them 2 big name fights. The Keshan we know will win for sure. I'm not sure about the KO though. Yeah, I mean, it'll be actually extremely impressive because I think I'm leaning towards Keshan by decision as well. That if Keshan's able to actually stop Jermaine Ortiz, especially early on, I mean, I think that's a statement personally. I think that's a huge statement because Jermaine Ortiz, as talented as he is, and he has fell short, nobody was able to truly just destroy Jermaine Ortiz. So, Muay Thai versus Cruz, who do you got? I ain't placing my bet yet. Honestly, to tell you the truth, it's one of those fights where, I mean, I'm going to go with Andy Cruz just because the fact that the upside is he's the gold medalist. He's extremely talented. Yeah, he's green, but he's obviously being fast-tracked for a reason. I mean, the guy is creative with his type of setup shots. His footwork can be great. But his inexperience is what makes me worried about me picking Andy Cruz. You know, you see every fight he has. Yes, he's winning. You know, at some cases he dominates. But you see very huge glaring mistakes at times where, not saying that is going to be the reason why he loses this fight, but it's enough to be concerned that if he doesn't make those fixes or makes those type of adjustments when he steps up to, I don't know, who many people feel is like the best fighter in the division is like Shakur Stevenson or a guy like that, or even like a Tank Davis. I mean, especially against a Tank, you make a mistake very obvious, Tank's going to pick that pattern up and he's going to counter. I mean, even like a guy like Lamont Roach, right, who's currently floating between 135 and 140. Those guys are very, very calculated counter punchers. And you leave enough of those, a bomb's going to get you out. So I personally think that Andy Cruz should win the fight, but he makes so many mistakes while Raymond Muratalla is fundamentally just sound. Like the mistakes Raymond Muratalla does is little and few, right? Like he's such a very well-developed, precise fighter where many people might stereotype an atypical Mexican fighter as a come-forward fighter, right? Raymond Muratalla breaks that stereotype. He's a great counterpuncher, great range. You know, he has a great range finder with that right hand. I mean, he's calm. He can box. He's great positioning. I think Raymond Muratalla can be the perfect opponent to exploit Andy Cruz's mistakes. You know, because Andy relies on athleticism. He's flashy, that Cuban school. He's still learning how to sit down on his punches, even though he's been getting knockouts against guys who I don't really think are at a level of Raymond Muratalla. You know, Raymond Muratalla is definitely a seasoned counterpuncher. I mean, he's fought guys that have been very defensive and slick. He's has a great trainer in Robert Garcia, and he knows in the back of his mind that this fight will allow him to transcend him into a big fight. And Top Rank does a really great job, like I said, taking their fighters on the road. Last year, Top Rank won practically all their fights minus an upset loss and Steven Navarro on a random card somewhere. And Brian Norman Jr., who I picked Devin Haney to beat in this hindsight now for everyone, but was just too green, and Devin might just have Top Rank's number, right? But other than that, Top Rank has shown on the road their fighters have just been winning, dominating, performing. And this could be another case where Top Rank believes in their fighter, sends him to another platform, and gets a signature top win to show why, not just why Raymond Muratalla is that guy, but so is Top Rank without a network deal. So Muay Thai is about to be destroyed, and Andy Cruz. Oh, are you saying Muay Thai is about to destroy Andy Cruz? Mark my words. Is that what you're saying? I wouldn't be mad at that, because in my mind, I really have this as a 50-50 fight. If you put a gun to my head and say pick, I'm slightly picking Andy Cruz because the allure of him, the gold medalist that beat Keshan multiple times, the fast-tracked Cuban fighter who has been razzling and dazzling people, up to this point. Look at all the things that he's capable of doing and all his abilities. But I still see green. I do see green in him. And even though Raymond isn't as athletic, he's very solid in that department. But because his lack of athleticism, if Andy really does put it together well, that could be a little overwhelming for Raymond, who I don't think is stiff, but Andy could potentially make him look stiff, right? Fast track maybe because he's 30. Yeah, I mean, he's been in the Olympics. He's been doing all the... It's like the Lomachenko story, D. Brown. Exactly the same thing. So how old is he? I mean, there's been jokes about Cubans not telling their age, right? Let me look it up real quick. Andy... Yeah, they say he's 30, right? He says he's 30. And I don't want to say he's a liar, but a lot of people question Cubans' age when it comes to America, right? So he's listed as 30 years old. Might be older. Has the card started? It will not load when I try to join the live. Yeah, we just saw Zaquan Moses. Zaquan Moses, you say you playing both sides. I mean, I do see Aiden as a 50-50 fight. I do pick Andy, but I have such a huge level of appreciation of Raymond Muay Thai where I think that Raymond... The zone is down? Is it? Is down, Rooster? But yeah, I mean, that's me telling this tale of both sides, right? But I got Andy slightly, but I'm not underestimating Raymond Muay Thai. I think in my mind, I'm picking Andy. In my heart, I'm picking Raymond because I do feel like Raymond is a fighter who isn't the name of a Shakur Tank, but I think he has skills to give a lot of those guys very competitive fights. Andy Cruz has the slick Cuban boxing, Americanized style because he's with Bozy. Makes me think he's winning too. The thing about it is that even though he's with Bozy, you could still see Andy still trying to learn how to sit down on his punching. Even though he has all those experiences as an amateur, you still need the experience as a pro to really know how to sit down and actually win fights, not just by outscoring them, but actually hurting your opponent over a succession of a long period of time. And I like to think Andy does get tired. Some of the fights I do see Andy huffing and puffing a little bit. Makes me wonder, does he work hard and just relies on his athleticism? And so when he gets in a bind, that's kind of the stuff that we get to see, is that he didn't probably put in the proper work ethic. I think Raymond Muay Thai has never given me the idea that I have to question, did Raymond work really hard for this fight? I get that a little bit with Andy every once in a while. Maybe he won't do it in this fight, but I do question Andy at times when some of those fights where he looks drained and exhausted and his athleticism, his experience bails him out. But he definitely looks at times like, is he struggling a little bit? I think Andy Cruz sit down pretty well when he throws his back end, right? But his hook still likes power. Muay Thai hooks are powerful, especially the body, and Andy has to avoid exchanges for sure. And I think Muay Thai is very sneaky with that right hand. I think he's pretty good at finding his distance with that right hand without telegraphing it. And that's why we're all here. Because regardless of who we pick, we all think this is still a 50-50, 60-40 kind of fight. Joel Casamero was 56 when he fought Diego Corrales. Sheesh. You know what I mean? You see, like, I mean, I think you're exaggerating. He wasn't really 56, but I get what you're saying. Anyone have stream issues? I'm in Korea. Couldn't help you, brother. The zone's good here. Yeah, the zone's good in America right now. That's what's up, man. I'm half Korean, Rooster. I think my son and my girl might be going to Korea this year to visit some family. So I thought Raymond didn't look impressive against Farmer, so I got Andy. And what up, Braun? I was talking about that earlier because I think because Raymond didn't look that great against Tevin Farmer, and I was at that fight, I still feel like it's a fight where you can't really just say, okay, you look bad against Farmer, I think Andy's going to win. Because Zepeda, and I know people are like, oh, it's Zepeda. Zepeda is this type. But Tevin gave a great effort against Zepeda. And for the most part, a lot of people thought he was going to give a tough fight against Kid Austin. Yeah, Kid Austin caught him clean and flush. So we really can tell what that fight would have been if he didn't get caught. But at the end of the day, you also got to give Kid Austin all the props to be able to catch a guy like Tevin Farmer cold and get him out. So Kid Austin gets all the props in the world because I didn't think he was going to perform that way. I thought it was going to be a tough fight for Kid Austin. So I take my hat off to Kid Austin for that win. But let's just say hypothetically, I know this doesn't help the case. What's facts? It wasn't the case. But if Tevin gave solid performances against 3 top guys in division back to back to back, that would have kind of erased the idea that Raymond Muratalla, because he had a competitive fight with Tevin Farmer, doesn't have a good chance against Andy Cruz. I think the opposite. I think Raymond Muratalla fought a rejuvenated Tevin Farmer, a Tevin Farmer who then later showcased a signature knockdown in Zepeda, and later on may have convinced the boxing world that he was going to spank Kid Austin. So I don't really look at that Tevin Farmer fight too much, but I do agree, though, that Andy Cruz is probably a pedigree above Tevin Farmer, but he still lacks the professional experience. And that's where I'm saying, like, Tevin Farmer is a veteran. He's been in the ring with a lot of solid opponents. He's been down and under and rejuvenating himself back. I mean, I think Tevin Farmer overall is a fighter where could potentially gotten Raymond Muratalla better for Andy Cruz. You know what I mean? Fighters do get better. And ironically, Andy Cruz is training in Philly, right? So Andy is going to be influenced by Philly style. Tevin Farmer is a Philly fighter. And I think Raymond has matured and improved from that fight. So I think still picking Andy Cruz, Raymond Muratalla has a tremendous, huge, likely chance that if he won, I would not be surprised. And if anything, it's almost like I picked wrong, but it's almost I picked wrong, but still I told you so, right? Hey, what's up, Eric? Hey, what's up, man? Glad to be back on your live chats, though. I think Cruz can win, but it's a strong possibility Muratalla can win this fight because Muratalla can crack, and he's not coming to lay down. Facts. Every time I've talked to Muratalla, when I've been to his fights, just interviewed him, he's all business, no nonsense. It's so hard to really get him to laugh at a joke, not because he's a stale guy, but he's all business when it comes to like boxing talk. He's not messing around. He knows he's on the verge of getting one of these big fights. Shakur just announced that if he gets past Teo, he wants to come back to 135. It's unfinished business. Abdullah Mason's in there. You know, Tank, even though he's a champion, Recess is in there. Kid Austin might potentially be able to be a champion. That's a fight that can happen. Lamont Roach is floating around. I mean, dude, a win against Andy Cruz can help him. Even Keshan Davis, right? At a point, they could have probably unified at a point. So there's a humongous upside in a lot of fights, and he knows that. And being with Robert Garcia, I doubt that he's slacking off over there. Who got free stream sites? Yeah, someone in the chat probably does. But Let me check real quick. I got one of my correspondents out at the fight, so I'm gonna just make sure I check the videos coming in to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, cool. Keshan shot Quinn Moses and DB. Okay. I got Muay Thai destroying Andy Cruz. That's fair. I mean, I did this interview with Muay Thai Aiden, and a lot of people was like, "Yo, you biased for Raymond Muay Thai," but I think it's more that even though I do feel like he's going against the seasoned amateur highlight gold medalist, because dude, at the end of the day, an Olympian's Olympian. You know, like it's so hard to go against, especially a gold medalist. But I do have a huge belief in Raymond Muay Thai that he can make this a very decisive win and almost be able to shut everybody up, including me who's picking against him. But I really think that he has the skills and really honestly, like, it's, to me, it's a 50-50 fight. If it's really the only reason why I'm actually picking a winner, Aiden, is because I can't sit on the fence, right? I can't. It's like this is the closest way I can sit on the fence because that's how much I really believe this is one of those type of fights. But as of right now, Amari Jones is in the ring against Jerome Baxter. Not hip to Jerome Baxter. Let me make sure though. Like, let me do some research because just like the Medina fight, I didn't know I've actually watched Medina in person before. But let's see, Jerome Baxter, fighter from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 7-0 with 3 knockouts. Hasn't really fought anyone I'm familiar with, or his last opponent was 6-25-1. So this is somewhat kind of an even fight. Oh, but Amari, as I say this, Amari Jones, the Olympian, is starting to tee off on Baxter, and he looks like he's trying to get him out, landing a vicious amount of shots. And it looks like he got caught right on the temple or on the top of the head. I'm not sure. But the way his body went all over the place, he definitely lost his equilibrium. This Amari Jones is big as hell. Yeah, I don't know if this fight's going to last long. Amari Jones is starting to tee off on him. But point proven, Baxter fighting low-level competition against an up-and-coming matchroom prospects. Good job from Baxter. I don't see this fight going that long. And a big right hand barely misses Baxter. Jones is starting to throw some bad intentions, really trying to make a statement, trying to get a first round knockout. This Muay Thai fight should show people how Andy Cruz would fare as a pro if he can join the Cuban pound for pound fertility with names like Loa Rigo and other great past pro Cuban boxers. I agree. Even on more. Oh, Baxter goes down from a jab. I think there's no way that was a right hand, so it has to be a jab. That was fast. I think he might have gotten hurt by a jab. I think Amari Jones is hurting him with the jab. Damn, this dude might be, like them Charlo jabs. He might have like a Charlo jab. Baxter's on his back foot while Jones is just putting a lot of pressure on him. Baxter might be able to see the second round after being dropped by a jab, being hurt multiple times in his round. Amari Jones on his back foot, taking it easy, and it's the end of the round. But yeah, dude, this fight is not easy, man. It's almost like, and I asked Muay Thai this, it's like, do you feel like this fight is like a fight or two too soon? Not saying that you didn't always believe that you would beat him, but the fact that you kind of look at his matchmakers a little bit like, is this just, You know, like, I don't know. Who'd you fight to get to this, you know? And it really comes down to top ranked matchmakers and matchroom matchmakers, you know, on who they believe is the fighter that's prepared for tonight, you know? And I don't know. In my mind, I usually favor top ranked matchmakers, even though I favor Andy Cruz to win. The top ranked matchmakers are the ones that really is who I get behind more than anything. So you got Jesse Hart stoppage the 7th round, like he's stopping Khalil Cole. Back. Let me switch to the next round. As of right now, Amari Jones landing some vicious jabs, hurting Baxter. Yeah, these jabs are vicious, Rooster. Yeah, Jesse Hart. I mean, Khalil Cole, man, I've never been truly convinced by him yet. And so with that early loss, I know that he got his revenge. But this 7 pounds, 8 pound situation it's just showing me like something's off, man. Like, how do you miss by that much, dude? I get it. You missed weight by a pound, 2, 3, dare I say 4, but 7 pounds. Like, what the hell is going on in that camp? Like, I don't know the story, but man, I don't know if it's justifiable, man. That's like in some cases, that's like 1 or 2 weight classes right there. The app is crap. I'm on the computer right now, Rooster. That's how I'm able to see it. Saw 2 AAA boxing, so I turned it off, but I know it's going to be boring. You got Andy Cruz by late stoppage. Yeah, I mean, I've heard some people say the fight depends on the last, the later championship rounds. So, Muay Thai is a +10 on DraftKings, and he's the champion with almost 4 times as many professional fights as Andy. But I think that's just because people really validate the idea of, like, to be a gold medalist, right? You have to be an exceptional standout boxer, regardless if you haven't done anything in the pros. And it could be a night that is too soon, but that's just the type of belief that people get behind when you're a gold medalist. So I'm not mad at it. And I'm a little bit into the hype as well. But I do feel like Muay Thai is a fighter that if you're not the hype, he will exploit you as the hype job that you are. So, but Andy got that Olympic and amateur pedigree. Exactly. Yep. See, we're on the same thing. Flashing on that. You thought he was kind of hurt, Pat. Like, he was kind of hurt earlier in that first round. So Muay Thai looks like a huge 135. Do you know who has the longer reach? I would like to assume Muay Thai is. I'm going to look it up right now. Muay Thai's reach is 72 inch. Andy Cruz's reach is, I don't even know if, okay, let me see. Andy Cruz's. Has a reach of 178. Does he have a longer reach? Oh, no. Wait, centimeters? Oh, no. Yeah, Raymond has a longer reach. Yeah, Raymond Muay Thai has a longer reach. It was just weird how I looked it up. Yeah, Muay Thai does. Jesse Hart's a quitter, man. You think he's a quitter? I mean, let's go down Jesse Hart's resume real quick. I'm not just counting what you're saying, but I just need a refresher. So, he lost to Zurdo Ramirez. Hindsight, that's not bad. He actually lost him twice. That's right. I forgot he fought twice. And then Joe Smith Jr., I was at that fight. He was getting mollywopped by Joe Smith. So, and that's not a bad loss either, So, I can't fault him for losing to Joe Smith Jr. and Zurdo Ramirez twice. He beat Sullivan Barrera. And he beat Damon Nicholson. I mean, Top Rank was doing a good job with him. He just couldn't beat Zurdo. But in this part of his career, you know, he's 36. He's the older guy. But he has a lot more experience than Cole. So Muay Thai should hit and hold too, but he'll get warned for it. I think this is just a fight who capitalizes on whose mistakes more. I think Andy Cruz is a guy who relies on a lot more athleticism, so he's going to create more. Oh, good right hand and a good left from Amari Jones. And he lands another right. Oh, the lead left check hook. Baxter's eating these shots. Left hook. We're in the third round. Just landing vicious shots. I don't even know how Baxter's even just standing there. Right hand after a left hook and a left hook after a right hand. I mean, he's just teeing off on Baxter. And Baxter throws a shot and clinches up. Man. Jones is showing a lot of power in this fight. Baxter's chasing Amari Jones. Reaching, to be specific. And he is a right hand. Super fast right hand by Amari Jones. Lands flush on Baxter. But Baxter lands a sneaky left hook right before Amari Jones clinches. Amari Jones is just throwing hooks without even telegraphing or setting up with a shot and just landing flush on Baxter. Timing Baxter's... Oh, but good jab from Baxter. Yes, Andy Cruz is Eddie Hearn's fighter. Good jab from Amari Jones. Good right hook to the body from Baxter. Baxter's having a little bit more success now since we're getting down to the last few seconds of this round. Being a little bit more defensively responsible. Right now, it seems like Jones is just waiting for another home run opportunity to land a vicious shot, single shot. He has a very strong jab, but he's not setting up his shots behind the jab. He's either just utilizing the jab as like a power jab, but if not, he's not really setting it up. So he's just kind of throwing one shots and timing it well. So, but Raymond Muratalla has entered the building right now. All right, let me check real quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, good right hand by Amari Jones. Yes, sir, Eddie's fighter. What do you guys think about Israel Madrimov on this card? You know, I have to look up his opponent. I think his opponent has a good record, but I don't know the depth of the resume. I have to do some studying. But you think Israel Madrimov can still have... Oh, good right hand from Baxter lands on Jones. You think he'll be able to get a good opportunity again in his division? You think that he can potentially get a world championship again? You know, maybe him and Boots, him versus Fedora, him versus Bakram. Muay Thai with top rank, I think so. Yeah, he's still with top rank, Pat. The top ranked PR Evan Corrin was on stage during the press conference. So good right hand from Amari Jones. Baxter's taking some good shots, man, showing a solid chin. Still live and active. You know, Baxter is an undefeated fighter. Very cliche saying, but it's very hard at times to take somebody's O because they have never lost before. They don't know how to lose. So, but a good lead left hook from Amari Jones and a right catches Baxter. Baxter's starting to get picked apart again a little bit more in this fourth round. Madrimov is random. I think he had trouble to make weight. Madrimov remains a danger. Madrimov is not at 160. You know, I don't know if he moved up in weight, actually. Let me double check. Nah, well, you know what? You're right. This is at middleweight. So, but he's at 156. His opponent's at 157. So maybe it's a catchweight fight, you know, because it's not anything for significant, you know, no titles or feeder belt. So it's a 10-round fight. So maybe they negotiated a catchweight fight so that, you know, he doesn't have to make that weight. But I can see Madrimov boots maybe if he looks good tonight. Yeah, I mean, if Virgil and boots don't happen, we definitely need to move on from that. And I think, you know, a win against a guy where Virgil had a competitive fight with, a fight where Crawford had a competitive fight with, it can create a narrative that if Jaron Ennis destroys Madrimov and blasts him out, that he's superior than those guys, even though that people in the public will differ from that, especially the Crawford one, right? The boots and Virgil is up to debate. But the allure is that if he destroys Madrimov, who many people felt gave Terrence Crawford one of his toughest fights, then Jaron Ennis must be that guy at 154, right? So I can see that fight as well, and I think it's a sensible fight because, one, it definitely does build up the Virgil Ortiz fight, the common opponent. But it also brings in the comparison that they both fought a guy that Crawford's fought. And, you know, I think it's an excellent, excellent opportunity for Madrimov to try to secure a belt and a great opportunity for Boots to get some legitimacy underneath his, you know, some legitimate names underneath his resume. So I actually really prefer that fight. And stylistically, I think that could be a fight where it can present a lot of irky-jerky flashiness, but, you know, maybe a little awkwardness, a little weird. Maybe not a pretty fight. Who knows? Depends on how he looks tonight, like you said. Oh, goodly left hook by Amari Jones. To be honest with you, this fight should have probably ended a while ago, but Baxter's just showing he's in shape. You know, his ability to take these punches is just, man, a lead left hook counter after getting set up with a trap after he tries to throw a right. Oh, and another right. And they're exchanging in the middle of the ring, and Amari Jones and Baxter just trading. But a right hand catches Baxter in the top. Almost like Baxter wanted to say, screw the boxing, we're going to fight. And Amari Jones outboxed him and outfought him. So Baxter's confused, going back to trying to box his way in after that little exchange just did not work in his favor. So he's chasing him, man. Jones isn't letting Hart fight. He just holds him. They took a point away from Cruz for holding when Roach was holding Cruz. Jones isn't letting Hart fight. They took a point away from Cruz for holding when Roach was holding Cruz. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I was there. Which I was a little confused by that point. Future fights I'm looking for, Pat says. Keshan versus Haney. Mason versus Muay Thai, Andy Cruz. Yes. And Smith versus Puello and Hitchens. Dalton Smith and Puello versus. Yes. Good fights. All good fights, man. I don't think the Keshan Haney fight happens, but if it does, woo-hoo-hoo. Mason versus the winner Muay Thai, Andy Cruz. Woo-hoo-hoo. Dude, Dalton Smith versus Hitchens or Puello. Woo. Yes, sir. I had to read it again, man. Those are good fights. Those are good fights. I had to read it again. The question though is, are we gonna get those fights right away? Probably not. You know. Do I think all those guys would take those fights? For sure. But the money got to be right, right? That's what they all say. Yo, Baxter's taking an ass whooping, but he's still putting pressure and he's still trying. So, win, lose, or draw, I got a lot of respect for Baxter. And, maybe this is obviously at a level that's too much for him, but I do want to see him probably take on another fight with an up-and-coming prospect, and he could probably give him a lot of trouble if they're not the real deal. So, hey, Pat, why don't you watch Man or Man Slow Dancing? Because all they do is hug each other. Who are you talking about? Which fighters are you saying that they hug? Clinching is a pivotal thing done in boxing. Like it's a, if you're an intelligent boxer, you know when to clinch. Do I enjoy watching clinch vests? No, but it's part of it. And I'll never knock a fighter clinching, It's part of the game. It's there. Utilize it. Win the fight. Look how he holds him. That's good boxing. Ew, so slick. Who's your favorite fighter, Rooster, right now that you enjoy watching? Yeah, I think you need to watch UFC. Boxing is different, but I guess you ain't no hardcore fan of boxing science. No, I think Rooster's just trolling. That's why I'm just asking, like, who's some of his favorite fighters? We'll let him. Everyone has style, man. Like, a part of me does enjoy competitive fights, especially like a good old slugfest, but only to a certain degree, as it has to be technical and has to be skillful. It just can't be a sloppy brawl, because I do need to see some sort of skill displayed. And as long as skill is being displayed and intelligence is being applied, but the fight is just equally matched and guys are just in great shape and they're just matched perfectly on paper, then I'm cool with it. Tank Shakur, Hitchens Dalton, Andy Cruz, Andy and Keshan, Naua, Bam, Frank Martin, Lamont Rose Jr. Ooh, that's a good one. Haney Ryan 2, Ennis Virgil, Rolly versus Connor Ben. Interesting. The Rolly Ben is an interesting one. His favorite fighter is probably Pitbull Cruz. Pitbull Cruz is fun. I have like an appreciation for Pitbull Cruz, but it's a style that I enjoy watching. But I do know that Pitbull, who claims he can box, is kind of almost like a one-dimensional fighter. So certain matchups don't really go well for him. But he's exciting to watch, without a doubt. But when a guy puts on a good boxing performance, he doesn't really transition all that great. Bumping and grinding is hardcore, but it's not hardcore boxing. Rooster, who's one of your favorite fighters, man? Who's one of your favorite fighters? Any update who's next for Pitbull? I mean, Lamont Roach wants Pitbull, but obviously, it doesn't look like it's happening. And at the end of the day, I don't know if Pitbull would want to run it back with Lamont Roach. Typically a fight like that, you would want to run it back. You're really shown publicly outside of, right after the fight that, he's interested, but I don't know, maybe because he knows he has options, and maybe that's why. Maybe he has another opportunity for some big fight. But when I was there, a lot of people thought that he won the fight, but a lot of people at home thought Lamont Roach won the fight. So I just personally rather see a rematch for those two, and just kind of split the draw off. See who really is the better man. One of my favorite fighters in Fedor because he has a ton of heart while being very flawed. He's actually technically, like, his technical ability is being, every fight he has is like you can see him improving dramatically. I don't know, is it after he got his belt that I started seeing it, but he was extremely vulnerable for a good chunk of his career. And even when he was fighting Tim Tszyu, the first fight, it was still moments where you see skill, but at the same time, like, he's getting caught, right? But afterwards, especially the rematch, and I know some people would say Tim Tszyu was washed at that point because of the Bakram fight, right? Too soon. But Fedor was setting shots up very well. He was using his reach and height very well. I remember he told me, that was something that he and his dad has been working on. So, Amari Jones, not by official decision won, but by just watching that fight, he won. So, he definitely won. It went the distance, surprisingly. Baxter was just a tough guy, was in great shape, clearly, to take that type of punishment. And, he probably has solid legs. He probably worked out really hard. He's undefeated, never took a loss, ate really well. I mean, you can tell by the way he was able to take those type of shots. Impressive for Baxter, but fight went the distance, and it's good for Amari Jones. He needs to know what that feels like to go 6. If you watch Mayweather versus Corrales, you understand that clinching can still be smart. Even a slick fighter, Mayweather still did and still stopped Corrales. Yeah, I mean, you have to use it intelligently. You can't just keep clinching. Mayweather had like 7 losses. Nah, man, you just being a hater, not rooster. For sure, Amari has the W. Yeah, no questions. So, Zaquin Moses wins. Amari Jones wins. Both fights what seemed to possibly be developmental fights that at the same time showcase fights. They both go the distance. So, interesting. See if how late this fight night goes, because at the rate that it's going, I could see this potentially being like a pretty late main event. So, but the next one will be Israel Madrimov. Let me get that up real quick. Let's see. Let's do some homework. Luis Davis Salazar, 21, Dominican Republic, 32-year-old with 20 wins, 7 by knockout, and most of his wins, if not all his wins, are in the Dominican Republic, and his loss came in America when he fought Kevin Johnson from Las Vegas. And Kevin Johnson, who has been in a ring with almost everybody you can name from sparring, everybody, every single body. Damn, dude. Yeesh. This is not going to be a good fight for this guy. You're fighting Israel Madrimov. This is going to be a knockout. Israel Madrimov is about to sleep this dude. And his loss came as a KO loss from Kevin Johnson. Oh, yeah. And the reason why I say this is going to be really bad, because Kevin Johnson's a 140-pounder. So this dude, Salazar, is going from 140 to 154. Not even 154. He's at 156. It's a middleweight catchweight fight. Oh, my God. Madrimov's about to kill this dude. At least reading paper. All right, well, this is we going to get Madrimov a nasty knockout so we can sell him to another fight. Because there's no reason why this dude Salazar, he hasn't done anything on his resume to tell me that he's ready to go from 140 to 160 in the 160 division and fight Israel Madrimov. Get the hell out of here. What on earth? This is crazy. Lost to Castillo twice. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people felt that he lost to Castillo. I mean, I don't think he lost the second time. You know, I understand. I can see what people were kind of, claiming. But personally, I do think that Floyd won. I could be biased though, right? Maidana twice. No, he didn't lose to Maidana twice. He beat Maidana both times. De La Hoya, he beat De La Hoya. Zab, he beat Zab. Should have lost to McGregor. Okay, now he's trolling. Now he's trolling. Now, see, the more I go into, when I saw the Zab, I see a lot of people, they watch the De La Hoya fight, and the commentary that's online makes it a little bit more competitive. De La Hoya had an amazing jab, but he stopped using it and got tired in that fight. And Floyd dominated, later on for sure. But Zab, no. Should have lost to McGregor. Victor Ortiz, Pacquiao. So, yeah. Polanco versus Tiger Johnson's possible. I love that fight. Or Tiger only fighting for the belt now. Nah, I mean, look. They're both at a point where they both are title contenders, right? Maybe Polanco, maybe a little bit more than Tiger, but they're both almost right there. That's a fight for sure that will let me know who deserves a title shot if they face each other. So I like that fight. Polanco, very athletic, explosive. Tiger Johnson, underrated. Olympian, I believe. Ohioan fighter. A lot of great fighters come from Ohio. I think that's a great fight. And I think he was the underdog in his last fight, which was strange, but he for sure showed a lot of people that he is a solid fighter. And that's another top ranked fighter that won on the road. So this is a comeback game for Madrimov. This has to be a comeback Madrimov. Like, if this fight goes the distance, then Madrimov is like maybe washed, because no disrespect to Kevin Johnson too. Like, that Kevin Johnson's my guy, right? But Israel Madrimov is at another weight class and personally has reached a higher level of like competitive performances, where he fought Virgil Ortiz, who he claimed he was sick, and then Terrence Crawford, which some people felt that he should have or could have gotten the nod. So in this case, this guy who got stopped at 140 does not belong in the middleweight division fighting a guy who's been a champion 154. So no, this is more than a comeback gimme. This is a comeback gimme knockout stoppage. So not really interested in this fight, to be honest. And this is kind of one of the things I think boxing fans can agree with. We understand that fighters have comeback fights and they have developmental fights, but sometimes, on the card, we want to see some competitive fights mixed in. And so the Khalil Cole and Jesse Hart, I guess, is the only one that could kind of maybe on paper create that type of illusion, because I think it still should be in favor of Khalil Cole. But the experience, without a doubt, is for Jesse Hart. This is, the main event and the co-main. Everything else is just a gimme. And this one's probably the biggest gimme because of the opportunity that this guy is getting. It's with a former champion who pushed Terrence Crawford into a very competitive fight and arguably was the favorite against Virgil Ortiz and looked really good in the first half. So, man. Well, hopefully they don't use the time spent in between if he knocks him out with 100 ads, because I think we really just want to go from that fight to the Jesse Hart and Khalil Cole, right? So then afterwards, I think we'll be in a good shape. We'll be getting ready for the fight week of Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. And we can finally say that we got one of those fights where we wanted, where these guys are not past their prime and over the hill, but at a time where we can say that we've seen these two fight each other relatively at a good prime age for both of them. So my problem with Shakur is when he gets the W, what's next? Conor or Ben? Please don't do that. He has to fight Hitchens or Gary Antoine. I agree with you. The Conor Ben shit is like a money grab, right? Because personally, Conor Ben is very green. And I get if Conor Ben gets the opportunity to fight for a belt and he's a champion, give Shakur an opportunity to say he's a 5 division world champion. which at that point is Pat statting. But Conor Benn skillfully shouldn't be in the same type of conversation with Shakur Stevenson, especially after if he decisively beats Teofimo Lopez. If he can do that, I don't want to see Conor Benn. So, but the biggest problem is if he goes down, it comes back down to 135. The fight that everyone wants to see is with Gervonta Tank Davis, and he's on a champion recess on the run. So, what's next? Well, we got a potential Lamont Roach fight, which doesn't sound as interesting because of the 2 draws, but it's still there. But it would have been nice that if he was able to get some hardware. The other is tonight, the winner Raymond Muratalla and Andy Cruz, which I think is a tremendous fight, especially Raymond pulls the W or Andy enters as a champion. Or the young phenomenal champion who shows glimpses of a little bit of everything that fight fans want: heart, grit, slickness, power, relentlessness, toughness, a little vulnerability because he got knocked down, which makes it exciting, but just the ability to make adjustments underneath tough situations and have an emphatic knockout. So Abdullah Mason would be an exciting match. So, but the problem is, do we get those fights? I don't think so. So, and then obviously there's Kid Austin, which I don't think they'll ever fight, So it's tough, man. And I agree, like that Conor Benn stuff is just, sorry, I didn't put your comment up, Pat. That's what other comment was reading. Barrios versus Ryan. What up, Drew? So they're getting ready to do the Madrimov walk-in right now. So that's what we're waiting for. But, naturally, I would like to pick Ryan because Ryan is just this amateur standout as well. He's quick, he's fast, he's explosive. If he's on point, he definitely can catch Barrios clean. But Barrios, if you watch a lot of his fights, he's extremely dangerous early on. And so he's been trained by great trainers, Virgil Hunter. He has Joe Goosen now, which might potentially give him some insight on Ryan. It's tough. Barrios is a very strong, big welterweight. I mean, I think if you've seen him in the face-off, he looks physically bigger than Ryan. And, I think Ryan has to come on his A game. If not, Barrios can definitely squeak by or probably even catch Ryan and maybe drop him. But I think Ryan kind of has to force a fight with Barrios, and it might be one of those type of fights where it could be like a Luke Campbell kind of fight where Ryan might get, busted up a little and maybe knocked down, but he comes back and he really pushes a fight with Barrios, and maybe he can outpoint him, if not hurt Barrios somewhere along the line. So I like to say Ryan if he's focused, but you never know with Ryan, right? Yeah, Mason's super exciting. Yeah, he's one of my musts. I mean, I'm going to be getting ready at some time to go see them and go out there in Cleveland. So a lot of the Abdullah Mason content you'll be seeing coming here will be coming from me. So that's my guy for sure. Andy Cruz is going to get the win easy. You will see, man. It's going to be a really tough opponent on paper. So if he can do it, I am very impressed, right? Who would you favor, Pitbull versus Dalton Smith? It's tough, man. Dalton Smith has a really good right hand, man, and that dude cracks, right? Dalton Smith, to me, gives me the same kind of, like, he comes from the same kind of cloth of, like, Sam Noakes, right? Like a very strong, tough, durable. I mean, dude, he was banging with Matias. So, I don't know. I mean, Dalton Smith, if he can crack Pitbull's chin, because Pitbull has yet to be seen to be hurt, right? It could be an interesting fight because Dalton's no pushover. He's no punk, right? And he's very precise with his shots. It would be kind of like a Lamont Roach kind of situation. A great counter puncher. I don't know. Maybe I might favor Dalton Smith because he's the bigger fighter. Lamont came up in weight even though he's taller than Pitbull. Dalton Smith I think he started at 140. So, be a tough fight for both, but probably tougher for Pitbull. Mason versus Noakes fight of the year for me. Yeah, that was a tremendous fight. I'm a fan of Sam Noakes because of that fight. Anytime Sam Noakes fights, I will watch it. I will watch Sam Noakes. I am a fan of Sam Noakes. For sure. But yeah, I would say Dalton for the Pitbull fight for the reasons I listed. Ryan's training with David Benavidez. Easy. Do you think De Los Santos is still on the map? I mean, it's tough. He signed with Fighters First, the people with Brian Norman. He just recently just had a fight and he got some rust off and got a stopper. So someone's just gonna have to give him an opportunity, man. It's unfortunate that the Keshan Davis fight didn't happen because I think that would allowed him to gain more fans and notoriety, especially if he had a good performance. But he's just kind of that guy that just had a really boring fight with Shakur Stevenson, knocked out Rayo Venezuela, so he's credible, but just never really was able to capitalize off the momentum off that win. So sucks. Shakur is going to kiss Tio, and Moore is going to say, wow, this is why Stevenson is a great defensive fighter. Stop, man. Madrimov's up next. What up, Raphael? This is going to be a gimme, man. I just did some research on him. This dude lost to Kevin Johnson at 140. They're fighting at middleweight. This dude had every fight in I think the Dominican Republic. No disrespect to the DR, but he came to the States and fought one guy who many people feel is kind of like I want to say a maybe a journeyman-ish, but he's been in, a lot of, I don't know. I guess he had a good performance against Richardson Hitchens. A lot of people. So, I mean, I'm not discrediting, but Kevin, but you're a 140 pounder going to 160 fighting Israel Madrimov. Like, are you out of your mind? Dalton Smith, Mixon Mokes, and Kawasaki and Ricky Hatton. Yeah. I mean, listen to that group of names right there, right? Like, just that's Dalton Smith is. I'm a fan of Dalton Smith too. Dalton Smith, Sam Noakes, those are some badass UK dudes, man. Good Lord, the referee's name is Andrew Huggins. Shut up. Yo, Rooster, what's going on, man? Let me make sure I changed the rounds on here. Hopefully I don't have to use all the rounds. But Madrimov better not take this to 10 rounds, man, because I will lose it. Where am I at? All right. As of right now, Madrimov just putting a little pressure, throwing the right hand to the body. A lot of feints. Salazar landed a right hand, I think, on Madrimov. Oh my God, if Madrimov would lose to Salazar tonight. I mean, that'll be a huge statement for Salazar. He'd be on the map. Where's the fight? Is there a crowd? The fight's in Las Vegas. It's at the Fountain Blue. It's kind of like a smaller arena. Like it's in the casino, but it's like a small, like a ballroom-esque casino boxing joint. My man Pat said, pause. Salazar's doing a lot of upper body movement. A lot of irky jerky from both. We know Madrimov likes to just have his hands down low and use that European rhythm. That Uzbekistan. I think he's from Uzbekistan. Yeah, Uzbekistan rhythm. Definitely a fill-out round for Madrimov. Not really. Oh, good lead jab. Catches Salazar from Madrimov. But Madrimov eats a right hand from Salazar right after. I see more Parag than Hatton and Dalton Smith. Do you? Really? Parag was a cold-ass dude, man. Like, Parag, probably, a lot of people said he would have been the Triple G destroyer because of his athletic, slick. I mean, he destroyed Danny Jacobs. Like, nobody has destroyed Danny Jacobs ever like that. Ever. Even older Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs took his first loss against that vicious, mean-ass Parag that we only got to see for a small period of time because he got injured after that fight and wasn't able to continue boxing. What a special fighter. If you haven't seen Parag versus Danny Jacobs, please. Honestly, Parag could have potentially been the guy that Triple G would have had to fight to really show the world that he was all that in a bag of chips before facing Canelo Alvarez. So Salazar was talking about David and Goliath fight tonight. I understand why now that you mentioned by the ways. Yeah, it's absurd. Like, how is this fight even made, Pat? I just looked at his box rec, and I'm just like, you went from fighting Kevin Johnson at 140 to Israel Madrimov at 160? Crazy. Hey, yo, my brother Jay Watt. Yo, I got to call you, Jay, about the interview you did with Senior. I got to call you, but yo, I appreciate the super chat. This is my brother Jay Watts out from the DC area. He's the correspondent out there doing his thing. I mean, I like to say he's the man out in DC personally when it comes to all this boxing stuff. So if you're in DC, between him and my boy Mike, if you're a boxer and you ain't getting interviewed by him, I don't know what to say, man. You might not be on. So no, but that's my guy Jay Watts. He puts up, triple doubles on the scoreboard when he goes out and covers events out or the gyms out there, especially Headbangers Gym. We gotta check that music, man. We gotta check that music. We gotta get some of that Jay Watts music playing on the stream. So, but how's everything going with you, man? Everything's solid with you, my guy? And on top of it, who you got winning tonight? Andy Cruz or Raymond Muratalla? I'm torn, man. I got Andy Cruz, but I'm still torn. But yeah, man, it's kind of a rough fight to get through right now. The only thing I'm scoring this is, does Madrimov look like he can take out a smaller fighter in a devastating fashion? Salazar's getting some leather on his face, man. What up, Pat? Yo, Ron, you have your own channel or only FIghtHype? So I started a channel a really long time ago, like a long time ago. I think I have like 46,000 subs, but I haven't really figured out what I want to do with it right now. But I do. You just look up YouTube. It's just Ron Goodall. Just youtube.com/Ron Goodall. I took a lot of the content off. I used to do all the stuff I did there on here. So, but I really want to think of something creative. But it's going to probably be something done in like a few months. Just been busy. But yeah, I do probably want to get it one day to maybe 100K just so I can have like a plaque with my name on it, just says Ron Goodall. And it's very doable, but I just been preoccupied so much doing stuff over here. So, but yeah, you can look that up. It's easy to find on YouTube. Let's see. I got Cruz in a little battle, but I think he will pull it off. What's your percentage though? Like, do you have it 60-40, 55-45, 49-51? I'm really torn, man. I have this like at 55-45 Andy Cruz, you know? Like, if Andy Cruz really locks in and like fixes those fundamental flaws from transitioning as an amateur to pro, then he should win like comfortably. But if he still shows those type of poor amateur tendencies, not sitting down in his punches and getting a respect from Raymond, leaving himself wide open to get countered because he wants to be all cute, and then also getting tired the second half, you know? If he gets tired the second half, you know, but just don't sit there and allow him to counter you clean and flush. So appreciate it, Pat. You got 70-30. That's fair. I could be grossly overestimating Raymond Muratalla, but I just don't think I am. You know, when Raymond is in the zone, you can see how much of a threat he can be. And yeah, he's had performances where he doesn't look like Superman, right? But so does a lot of other people. Shakur's had performances, he hasn't looked like Superman. Keshan had fights. Gervonta. I mean, arguably people could feel Abdullah Mason didn't look like Superman. Which I think Sam Noakes is just one of those type of guys. That would make a lot of fighters have a tough fight. But so it's just tough, really, honestly. You know, to just write Raymond Muratalla off because he's facing a gold medalist that faced Keshan, you know. Yo, next weekend is too many fights. It is impossible to watch them all. Oh yeah, Zayas Baru is nearly forgotten by people. You know what's an interesting fact, Pat? I think I think I might be saying something off record, so my brain just can't remember. I'm just getting older. Um, I think I don't know if it's public knowledge, but I think Shushu versus Carlos Castro would have been on the Xander Zayas fight in Puerto Rico, but was given an opportunity to fight at Madison Square Garden as a supporting fight, which makes sense because he's from New York. It'll help sell tickets in MSG to crown a New York champion. Madrimov is starting to dig to the body on Salazar, and he's starting to put some pressure now. And he's starting to really tee off into the body, which makes sense. A smaller guy moving up in weight, probably put on weight, probably not going to be able to carry the weight well. And maybe if he didn't put it on properly, the body will be able to show it. But yeah, man, Zayas and Baru, interesting story about them too. They've sparred each other in the past, and now ironically they're fighting each other. I think he was I forgot what fight. Xander told me what fight. But here, I'll just look it up. Madrimov's starting to put a little bit more pressure and go to the body now. Madrimov's teeing off to the body a little bit more. Salazar is not enjoying it. It was the fight for Patrick Teixeira. So Baru was sparring Xander to help him with that style. And at that point, Baru was telling me, like, you know, he didn't necessarily was thinking about it at the time, but he was able to see, like, they could face each other. So I didn't get really true details. Oh, good counter right hand from Salazar. But I think that fight's interesting because I didn't expect Baru to be able to pull off that upset win, you know, against that very, very favored fighter in Yoenis Tellez, a guy that was able to knock out, what's his name? What was it? Sergio Garcia in 3 rounds. You know, stopped Johan Gonzalez, beat J-Rock. I mean, I thought, and he was trained by Ronnie Shields, young Cuban offensive fighter. I just didn't expect that. So Baru definitely shows probably not the most fancy type of style, but he definitely brings a style that if you're not prepared, he's going to bring a very well calculated pressure fight and beat you up until either you don't survive or you get dropped in the 12th round, just like Yoenis Tellez did. So who do I got? I mean, I'm going to have to favor Xander. I mean, his footwork is going to be the reason why he's going to win the fight, keeping good distance. I mean, if Baru can't catch him, then this is over with, right? But Xander, at times when he was younger, when I used to cover a lot of his fights, he would get into these kind of like fits where he wants to fight and bang with you and get caught, you know, with a lot of shots. But that was his youthfulness, being extremely young. I mean, this would technically make him the youngest unified champion because he was the youngest champion, and Brian Norman changed it, and then Abdullah Mason, I think, changed it. But, or actually, no, I think Norman's older. Abdullah Mason made him not the youngest anymore, but he would be the youngest unified if he gets this win. So let me see, what round are we in? 4. Let me add this minute. All right, cool. I just had to make sure. So I favor Xander though, personally. I think Xander, he's matured a lot. He's definitely been a fighter who you can see has grown, and I think he would not want to lose in Puerto Rico, and I think he's locked in. So, I mean, I think he's prepared to be that next fighter from Puerto Rico, if you know, because I know a lot of people was putting a lot of their eggs into Edgar Berlanga, but I think Xander is going to be the one that will be able to at least say he was a unified champion. I have to go with Zayas because of the experience, his IQ, so I would have to put... I agree. But Baru is dangerous because I didn't expect him to beat Yoenis. Zayas is a holder too. Chill out, Rooster. Baru is getting robbed big time market. I mean, it'll be interesting if Baru was able to go in there and make a really, really competitive, controversial fight against Zayas, because then at that point, you'll have to rate him as the top guy in 154 after beating Yoenis, and then... So... Xander, Bruce, Keshan, Shakur parlay. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going with too. Yo, what up, Mr. Blonde? What's going on, brother? I'm sitting here waiting for Madrimov to get Salazar out of here, man. He fighting a 140 pounder at a middleweight division, and I would like to see Madrimov make this a quick and easy a supporting co-main event. I mean, a supporting to the co-main event, yeah. Pretty rough though, man. We're getting into the fourth round. No disrespect to Madrimov, but he's not looking like he can give me, like he's going to give me the mindset that he's going to be able to make a competitive fight with Boots if this is how he's fighting at this point of his career. Not saying that he's losing, but this is the type of fight that you need to put yourself on the map. You know, like you're back, right? Like, you know how John Ennis fought that dude in Philly and took him out? Like, this is what that is. Like, it's a fight to get you the fight. So they have this comedian that fights at the BKFC. They call him the Chuckles, the Bare Knuckles. I haven't watched BKFC for a minute. Burrow will stick to Xander like glue. Xander needs the room to operate. Burrow is too strong, wins by split decision. Interesting. I mean, look, he is a very strong pressure fighter, and I think that if that's how I think that's the only way if he could win the fight, right? But Xander has shown tremendous footwork and discipline over the years. It might not be a very exciting win if Xander wins, but if Baru wins, I believe the fight will be extremely entertaining. Nothing funny about his punches, though. Shout out to you, bro, Pat. Is Madrimov Is Madrimov southpaw now? He is fighting in a southpaw stance at the moment, so he's never switched before. Let me look this up real quick. Albert. As in right now, I haven't scored this efficiently, is what the commentator said. Meaning that the unofficial scorer, I think he's the unofficial scorer, is not scoring because it's just like one of those type of fights. Like, man, dude, can we get to that highlight? Facts. Boots will roll through Madrimov with ease. Yeah, at this point, man, Madrimov is definitely losing the allure that he had coming into the Crawford fight to now. Madrimov needs to go to decision. Why did you put some money in this fight? Go to decision so you can make some money. What do you think about Resendez versus Belong? Is that really happening? If so, who wins? I mean, I would say Resendez. Like, and there's no disrespect to Edgar. I remember covering him when he used to work with Andre Rozier out in New York and Gary Shaw. But you know, he's a very strong knockout fighter who is extremely vulnerable of getting caught, which you've seen him with Canelo, with Hamzat Shiraz. You know, I wouldn't call him a slick defensive fighter. He's a very strong, tough fighter who will be willing to exchange to try to get the knockout. But he's been dropped like 3 times in his career. You know, I don't know if he likes pressure fighters. I think he struggles trying to box. You know, him making the distance with Canelo is not really anything to, I guess, celebrate. And Resendez, who showed like, you know, championship like mentality, right? Like he's strong, he's durable, he's creative. I mean, yeah, he's had a setback against, I think it was Elijah Garcia he's lost to, but you know, at the end of the day, beating up Caleb Plant lets me know, like, you know, you're above average. And I think Edgar Berlanga might be an above average fighter who probably isn't at the tier to beat the next group of guys. And Resendez has kind of shown that he is, at least in that category, because he's already proven it with Caleb Plant, right? So Edgar's never had a signature win like Resendez. And I think Resendez, being the fact that he isn't coming off a brutal knockout, his confidence is going to be roaring, you know what I mean, on top, right? And Berlanga coming off of, you know, I think back-to-back losses and a brutal stoppage loss. Then you're going to fight a pressure fighter, Resendez, like that, who was able to diffuse a slick boxer like Caleb. I don't know, man. The only chance that Edgar really has, and it's like any type of fight he's in, is landing a bomb. But recently, he hasn't shown that. And the fights that he has been winning as in late have not been impressive knockouts. They've just been kind of like, you know, like lower level competition or just really uneventful knockouts, like how Madrimov is taking us into the 6th round right now. I have to go with Resendez if that fight materialized. I agree. I hope they were given. Yeah, that's the real man, Ulysses Iglesias, the guy that beat David Moreau in the amateurs. That dude is a problem. I can see him smoking all these 168 now that Crawford's gone. That dude is a problem. That's a vicious Cuban fighter from the amateurs, man. So, but, you know, someone's going to have to give him an opportunity. I know that they were trying to get the Canelo fight with him, but Canelo's still injured, so. Yeah, so I had Amari Jones and Madrimov for decision. All right, see, I knew it, man. Good pick. You had Amari Jones and Madrimov for this. Yo, give me the odds. What the hell are the betting odds for Amari Jones and Madrimov going distance with a 140-pounder that Kevin Johnson knocked out at 140? Ulysses Iglesias versus Jaime Munguia would be interesting. It would be interesting to see how he gets him out of there. I don't see how Munguia survives that fight. I think he gets massacred brutally. Like a FIghtHype title, Ulysses Iglesias brutally knocks out Jaime Munguia after looking at him for 10 seconds. Like, it would be bad. I just don't think Munguia would be able to hang in there with that monster. He would run him over, just like Pat said. He would steamroll him. That's a stylistic nightmare. Actually, not even a stylistic nightmare. That's just a nightmare, period, for anybody in that division. Ulysses Iglesias belongs in the division. I mean, belongs in a fight with like David Benavidez. Like that's like the type of attributes that dude has just by watching him. Does he have the resume like that? No, but you can tell. Boy, we are still in this Madrimov fight. Madrimov has a mouse on his left eye. Salazar does not respect Madrimov at this point, and you can see clearly in Madrimov's eye just swelling up. I don't know if that was a headbutt or something like that. My brother Phil Flexen said, I'll smoke you in Mortal Kombat. Which one, man? Because I don't see anyone. This must be Mortal Kombat 29, a game that hasn't even came out. Because I don't see that happen. I don't see that happening, brother. Benavidez and Ulises Iglesias is wow, right? You could see it. That is literally the next version, like the next level after the David Morrell fight. That's the next level, the next monstrous Cuban fighter that David Benavidez could have fought. So, yeah, his left eye is swollen, man. This dude Salazar, this is like, man, he ain't even worried about Madrimov. I don't know what happened to his eye. Is that from a punch or a headbutt? But Salazar is not giving Madrimov the highlight performance that makes me want to ask for him to face Duran Ennis next, man. But I still have Madrimov. Oh, for sure. I mean, it's not the fact that he's losing, but it's the fact that this is a performance. I mean, this is a fight where he was supposed to blow him out, get him back on. But all it does is now, if anything, this fight hurts him. You know? Yeah, he gets a win, but now look, his left eye is strangely busted. He's exchanging with a 140 pounder. I don't know. Maybe there's some confidence or some issues that's going on after losing those 2 fights that we don't know about. But Madrimov winning comfortably, but not impressing the world at the stages that he's been at. I mean, people have a high. I mean, I guess the concept is if Virgil Ortiz or Terrence Crawford was facing this guy, would you expect them to blast him out? I would assume so. You know, that's the levels that he was competing at. So, unless Salazar is grossly underestimated, even though he's losing heavily, but just the fact that I would have to see the Kevin Johnson fight to really understand how he took his first loss. But I don't know. Can't believe Bo went life and death with Madrimov. Chill, SY. But yeah, I mean that's the type of stuff that happens. Like the expectation of him to blow through a guy like this because he was in the ring with a guy with Terrence. So anyone, I've been nice. Yeah, well, I didn't. Which one's your nicest one? MK Deli Alliance. I used to play Deli Alliance a lot, but I won't say I was nice at Deli Alliance. I ain't gonna lie. Deception, Armageddon, the 3D ones. Yeah, I'll probably lose in those. But old school MK 1, 2, 3, 4, Trilogy, 9. Yeah, I'll give you the business. Benavidez is going to cruiserweight. Yep. All right, sorry. I'm getting a video uploading right now. Plant versus Charlie's past due. They should have gave us the fight already. I mean, it's way past due now. It's almost like I don't even think the fight even makes sense now. Like the slap is there, but we can't go off that. If anything, Resendez and Charlo should be the fight that should be made. If you ask me. Bakram Morizai versus Josh Kelly. Bakram gonna cook him. I mean, I would like to think so, right? This is the man that ran through Tim Tszyu and annihilated him. From what I remember back in the day, Kathy Duva for main events. I think Sergey Kovalev, when was the Crusher, he labeled Bakram as his prospect, right? Like that's his, like Terrence coined, Shakur, like this kid is great. Everyone should watch. Or like Floyd with Tank, like, yo, Tank is that guy. That's what Sergey Kovalev did with Muay. So they saw a lot in him, and clearly he performed, and now he's the champion. So Josh Kelly, 147 pounder, who arguably lost fights to like Ray Robinson, but had a draw, and David Avenesian lost. I just don't see him. Just you know what I mean? I just expect him to blow through him too, But yeah, Bakram by murder. Like we're on the same page. I have to be honest. I'm done with Madrimov after this fight. Right, Pat? Like, I just don't know what I'm watching at this point. Like, it's not even a glorified sparring match because I feel like he's trying. But, like, what about him trying that just looks so off? Like, he's getting hit with shots. He's not, he's just kind of all over the place. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, he might get a late stoppage to the body because it looks like Salazar's retreating back. I think he's holding his right side. I think Salazar is about to go down to the body. If anything, Madrimov should just dig to the body and end this so that we can at least get a stoppage highlight. Just clean body shots. But props to Salazar. I got to give him a little credit, though, too, because this dude is taking some good shots from a guy bigger than him, and he's wearing it well. Forgot Plant Charlo. Yeah, that ship has sailed. DR boxers are solid, though. You know, it's not even just like DR boxers. I mean, they have been on the come up, Pat. Like, it's not even me disrespecting Salazar. I guess it's just the expectation I have for Madrimov more than anything, right? And so when I look at his resume, you know, Salazar's resume, and then seeing like what his competition's at, you know, I expect Madrimov to have a showcase tonight. But at the end of the day, oh, my bad. I was trying to figure out what the ref was talking about. You know, DR has been coming up. You know, De Los Santos, Rohan Polanco. I mean, there's just Alberto Puello, Hector Garcia. I mean, there's been a lot of Dominican fighters lately coming up. But as in right now, this is one of those fights, though, that Madrimov should not be just looking mediocre. Even if he's dominating and winning the fight, he looks very mediocre. But maybe he needs this fight. Maybe there's something going on that we don't know about mentally or something in his life. But that's a good point, too. Madrimov was ruined by Bud, same as Canelo and Spence. You know, he also fought Ortiz. I mean, at the same time, fighters' confidence go down after a while. And that's what I said. Like, maybe there's something going on after those losses, you know, something personal. You know, maybe after those losses or those fights, something's changed. Like, couldn't tell you. Would have to talk and interview him. But as in right now, either Salazar is a tough son of a gun because he eats another vicious right hand, and Salazar can take. You know what it is tonight? It's almost like these guys that everyone's facing, they're able to perform really well to a certain point, but then they're able to almost make the opponent, the fighter, mediocre because they are a little too tough, you know? And so that's why it's really important to make proper setup shots and not just land any shot, but the shots that really count and matter, because none of these guys have got knockouts tonight. Oh, for sure, man. Yo, Jay, we still got to play. Boxing has no foundation. What up, Mr. Quake? Yo, it's been a minute, my guy. What up, Softball? I don't know if I told you Happy New Year's, man. I don't know if I've been live since New Year's. So Happy New Year's, man. This is the year, man. You're going to hold a plaque. 100K. I believe in you, my guy. Appreciate you always coming and showing support. Never use protection. What's the point? How's everything good with you, man? I try to tune in every once in a while. I try to jump in some of your lives and watch. You and your co-host is funny, man. I think I'm trying to think what was the last one I jumped into. I've been moving around a lot, so I can't remember what I was in. It was a live recently. Y'all might have been doing an interview with someone. I can't remember, but keep up the grind, man. I always appreciate you supporting me. I support those that support me. So, you know, and everyone's entitled to an opinion. You remind everyone that, which is beautiful, you know, because I think people forget that you don't have to agree with somebody. It's like you're almost exposing people's insecurities, right? But you have to allow people to think for themselves. So I think you remind people heavily that if you have an opinion of your own, that it's okay, versus just regurgitating what everyone else says out there. Because really, anyone can do that, right? But when you actually really watch the sport, analyze it, you know, actually have a solid opinion, it means more because you're actually adding value versus just saying the same thing that everyone says. So yeah, Happy New Year's, bro. It's all about keeping chill, bro. Yo, man, chill. I've covered those dudes for a long time. I'm cool with everybody, man. You know, I love covering the sport of boxing. I cover everybody, man. But I know you be going after them, man. Yeah. They've been cool people with me, man. Duke Micah became a jobber. Yo, chill out about Duke Micah, man. He's had his opportunities. He's overcame some stuff. But man, dude, I don't know what's going on with Madrimov. He's just maybe you guys are right. Maybe Crawford ruined him. You know, maybe Virgil ruined him. I mean, look, going into Crawford and then going into Virgil, it could take a little bit out of you, man. I mean, he should have cooked this 140 pounder, man. I guess I have to see what Salazar does with another 154 pounder, but is this? Yeah, man, you shouldn't be going 10 rounds with Salazar. Who's fighting right now? Israel Madrimov versus Luis Davis Salazar. I stopped with my timer and the name, like, I just haven't been even scoring this fight. Very, very impressed with Salazar. Very underwhelmed with Madrimov at the moment. So it's almost like, and it's not trying to be like a Terrence Crawford cape wearer, but it's almost like maybe he had his best performance with Terrence, you know? Because Salazar is like making Madrimov look very mediocre. So I don't know what's going on with him. What round they in? Oh, yeah, sorry. I haven't even been changing the rounds, like I said. I think we're going in the 10th round. That's what it is. That's how far I've stopped. What do you think about Noakes versus Mikado? I think that's a great fight. I think Tito Mikado, personally, is another fighter who doesn't get a lot of respect. He's fought a lot of similar opponents that Shakur Stevenson's faced. He's fought a lot of common opponents. And he's been cooking the hell out of those guys. I don't really understand why there isn't really a support for Tito Mikado, because personally he gets great knockouts, great performances. He does it, you know, he gives everybody what they want, right? Like a solid knockout performance. He calls out fighters. He's a little trash talker. Very strange how that works out, that Tito Mikado really doesn't get any really true attention. But I like Tito Mikado. And that fight with him and Sam Noakes sounds like an amazing fight. And it really allows you to understand where Tito Mikado's at, because Abdullah Mason had a very, very tough fight with him. So if Tito was able to make him look easy, granted, there could be a case that Noakes lost a little something in Abdullah fight because he did go to war. But regardless of that, I think that would be a great fight, personally. I fought with Mortal Kombat 10 and 11. You like that new school Mortal Kombat. A new school Mortal Kombat. But at the end of the day, I think Noakes and Mikado will be a great fight. But I would probably favor Tito Mikado because he's a 140 pounder. You know, like, you're asking Sam Noakes now to go, after going to war with Abdullah Mason, up 5 pounds to fight Tito Mikado. That's a lot, bro. But I like the fight. Which channel actually caused the fight? These dudes talk too much about nothing. Well, Quincy, I'll tell you about the Madrimov fight. Madrimov is literally looking extremely... Oh, good right hand from Madrimov. Madrimov is in the 10th round with a 140 pounder who he's literally at moments going to war with him. And to be honest with you, I've never seen Madrimov get hit as much by an unknown named opponent ever. And so at this point, I have to say, like, I'm a little disinterested, you know. I'm sorry. You know, Madrimov is at this point doing his typical irky-jerky movement, but he's just not landing anything significant to hurt Salazar. It might be Salazar's chin, and maybe I'm not giving him a lot of credit, but I'm waiting for a... Oh, is Salazar's hurt? Oh, Salazar's finally buzzed for the first time. Oh, Salazar. Uh-oh. I think we might get the knockout. Final minute. Salazar's getting hit with a 3-piece. Oh, there's going to be a ref stoppage. I see it. Oh. Salazar needs to tie up. Ref is looking to stop it. He's eating up with straight rights. Salazar is clinching. He's out. Take a knee. Salazar, take a knee. Salazar, take a knee. The ref is about to stop it. Madrimov got him on the ropes. Madrimov is clinching. Did he punch himself out? Is he tired? Madrimov looks a little tired. Can he do it? And they clinch. Salazar is clinching. I think Madrimov is tired. I think he's blew his load. Salazar is almost out. He's clinched. Oh, man. No. It's about to go to distance. Oh. Oh, my lordy. Salazar made it out. I think Madrimov got tired trying to knock him out. Hey, man. Actually, I give props to Salazar because he went 10 with Madrimov, man. Are you going to broadcast the fight? Nah, I can't. Madrimov talked about having a serious injury. It might be a big impact in his confidence. That's what he talked about? Well, then it explains it, Pat, because he looked pretty rough right there, man. I meant as Business Boxing Foundation promotions full of corruption. Scooter knocked out Zaquin's opponent last year. He did. I actually text Scooter today during that fight. Yeah, I was texting him. I was like, yo, why is it? I don't remember this guy. Let me look at his box rate. Oh shit, this is the dude that Scooter slept in 2 rounds. Oh, yeah. So, they did that probably on purpose because, he was calling out Scooter, right? So, but, Moses looked good too. Different style. But I'm a Salazar fan tonight. You're going to have to be. That dude gave you some money. First and foremost, what was the betting odds that you had for Jones and Madrimov going to decision? You have to tell us. This dude betted that Amari Jones and Madrimov were going to go to distance tonight. What type of parlay is that, bro? Happy New Year, Mr. Quake. Everything's good with you, man? Happy New Year's, Phil. Yep. Yeah, man. Is this the co-main? I want to light up the joint from the main. Nah, unfortunately, Temp, we got... Well, I can't say unfortunately. The next one is Khalil Cole and Jesse Hart. So the next fight will be the co-main. So we're almost there. Wherever get Rodriguez versus Inoue, possibly. It'll probably be an older Inoue with Bam moving up. Yeah, Virgil was putting hands on Madrimov in the second half. Oh, no. Noakes is 135. Mikado's 140. I forgot. Yep. That's what I was saying. Like, he's going to have to go up to 140. Mikado versus Adam Azim. Okay. I like that fight. Phil says I was trash at OG, MK. Not going to lie. See, that was my grassroots. Street Fighter Alpha, MK, Tekken 2, 3, Tag. But yeah, everything's good, man. How's everything with you? How's your first month of this year going, man? Everything's good with you? I saw a video on Tito Mikado, and if he's allowed bigger opportunities, I think he would give the top 140 pounds for sure, Eric. That's why I just don't really understand why he just doesn't have a huge following, or people just don't get behind him. I think Tito is a legitimate good fighter. Yeah, Salazar definitely get hurt, but plus 1277. Golly, I put $7.90 for $108.78. Jeez, I wish I was a better dude. I wouldn't have got that right though. I'll be honest. I would assume Amari Jones would have got a knockout, at least one of the two. Madrimov by far should have been able to get this earlier, but that's a hell of a dude. That's like a chicken sandwich that's gonna be able to pay for your cell phone bill. I'm gonna have to ask you for some betting advice, because that's a hell of a parlay. You might be like one out of a million people who made a parlay like that. Well, if Madrimov was injured, he was able to do a backflip in the ring, so. Yeah, well, we'll see on the next fight, because I was not really impressed with Madrimov tonight. If anything, I was impressed with Salazar, that he was able to hang in there with a guy like Madrimov, and yeah, man, tough ass dude. I'm trying to think who he can fight. Shit, he might. Don't get me wrong, Madrimov destroyed. I mean, he won the fight. He probably won all 10 rounds, right? Let's not get it twisted. Madrimov won this fight, hurt him, almost stopped him in the 10th, but he just didn't look like one of the elite guys at 154. He looked like a guy who's on a comeback trail. You can tell is a guy that's off 2 losses. Maybe this is a confidence boost. Maybe his confidence is shattered a little bit, and I'm just being way too hard because I have high expectations of him. But, at the end of the day, he got the dub. We'll see what's next. There's a lot of opportunity out there. He still has a name in the division, so we'll be able to see what's going to happen next with an opportunity. Maybe with, I wouldn't personally want to see it, but, a Jaron Ennis, a Bakram, but even, I was about to say Virgil Ortiz, but Virgil Ortiz beat him. When is Earl coming back? I don't know, man. It's at a point now where it's like the idea of him coming back sounds nice, but at the same time, it's like, just let it go. I'm content with Earl not coming back. I got 20 for Jesse for decision coming up, plus 1,000. That's not a bad bet. I favorite Clip Cole. He came in 7 pounds overweight. But hey, Jesse Hart, he's only lost to top guys. Heard about Earl and Tim Tszyu. I don't know how true that is. That's Twitter stuff, and sometimes that Twitter stuff could be right on point, like a bullseye. Like, how on earth did this get into the Twitterverse? And sometimes it's just a crock of bullshit. So I just take it for what it is. Earl is under blood. Me see under the blood. Jesus, cover me. Cole being really disrespectful, coming in 7 pounds over. Yeah, Raphael, I really don't understand the 7 pounds, 8 pounds, 9 pounds, the 6 pounds overweight. Don't get me wrong, the 2 pounds, 3 pounds, I guess 4 pounds, but I don't understand how a fighter is over by 7 pounds. It's just really grossly either underestimating the weight cut, not caring, not doing what you're supposed to, or experimenting with something so bizarre that it backfires. But I don't know, a guy like Killer Cole who's cut weight for many years, to come over 7 pounds, not like or 2 or 3, but 7 is wild. Yeah, Ennis and Ortiz is still not locked in. Oh my God, it's brutal, man. Brutal shit, man. Very disappointing, but there's still hope. Cole for sure is the favorite. Yeah. 7 pounds over, the favorite. Young, this fight's in favor for him to win the fight. So I think Earl should train with John David Jackson or Robert Garcia. I just talked to John David Jackson the other day, and I didn't really think about that. Why Robert Garcia, though? I could see the John David Jackson, right? But why Robert Garcia? I'm just curious. I don't want Earl to go out like that. He need a way lighter touch. The Tim Tszyu fight would be a very interesting fight to come back, because that's probably not an easy fight to come back after all those years off. 4 pounds is crazy. Yeah, 4 pounds is crazy. That's what Keshan's getting criticized for. Earl's tough. I want to see him in another war. But, at the end of the day, I would probably favor Earl because his body was able to rest and Tim was just going through war after war after war after war. I mean, he might be at a point where he might be a little shot. He said, "You got go Hart." Yeah, I think the community is kind of favoring the wanting the underdog win because of the circumstance, right? So, let me get this video up. I've been sitting on this video for a while. But at the end of the day, man, I don't know if Robert Garcia is a good fit like Minky says. I mean, I would not say Robert Garcia is racist, man. I mean, I know this sounds really like, when people be like, I'm not racist. I have a black kid. I mean, I have black friends, right? Like, I know this is going to sound like that, but I don't think Robert is. I mean, his favorite fighter, he told me, was Sugar Ray Leonard. And I think, because he's, I mean, look, I remember back, I have to really go back. Like, I remember the whole Broner and Mikey Garcia, the Donkey Kong post, and then Broner, I'll beat the burritos out of you. I mean, I've kind of lost the timeline of who said what and what said what, but me personally, I just don't think Robert is racist. I just don't. From a lot of people in boxing who I may think is racist, right? Robert's not the one I think is racist, right? Like he's very, 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 very complimentary to all the black people I've seen him around, including myself. Like, I've never seen Robert be a dick or say anything strange or do anything strange or out in public. Like, I mean, he's been super cool with me. Like, and I get it. Some people are like, oh, where's your mix, blah, blah, blah. But not to make this a whole race thing. Like, I don't know if that's a fit, Earl and Robert. I don't think that's a fit. And I just don't think he's racist. So, Earl started in a Mexican gym. Robert Garcia might be a great fit. I don't think Virgil will like it. Did he start in a Mexican gym? Who was his, like, all right, you might know more about Earl's background than I do. Like, give me a little bit of lore of this Mexican gym. Like, was he, like, fighting with Mexican fighters and his trainer was a Mexican fighter and he had, like, Mexican style? Like, what was that lore that you can help me out, Noah? Because you might actually educate me on something I don't know about. Greg Hyde will be in Hart's corner. Yep. GH. I'm cool with GH, man. He's a funny guy, man. Like, he's very colorful, expressive. Madrimov won. Yeah, he won. Not in like a showcasing knockout, but like more of a dominating performance that just kind of left a lot of boxing hardcore pundits questioning if he's still like a top 154 guy. Because you should have got him out there. Yeah, Garcia's not racist. Wow, what a comment. Earl and Virgil starting in the same gym. Okay, I remember seeing the pictures when they were a kid. Okay. I guess I don't really know truly the lore though. So, but I see where you're going though. Like, because they were probably in a Mexican gym, and that's probably where he learned his fundamentals with Virgil. So because Virgil and Earl come from the same starting ground, a starting point, that maybe they can end in the same point now. I kind of get what you're saying. Yes, when he was a kid. Mexican trainer taught him. Okay. When you put in that perspective, that makes sense. Then you know why I think the Robert Garcia suggestion was there. All right, we're at Khalil Cole, Jesse Hart, reset. All right, Jesse Hart's getting in the ring right now. Greg's a spirit. Yeah, what do you always do? He's like, I'm a spirit. Yo, tell me what the fuck does that mean? I always hear him say, I'm a spirit. I guess I'll have to ask Greg myself. I'll have to hit him up. But if anyone knows when he does that, like, what does that mean? I've seen him say that every once in a while. What does it mean when he says, I'm a spirit? Is that a Philly thing? James got him when he was 13. I do remember, like, it wasn't like his first trainer. I do know that, but he did have him when he was younger. Same weight class now. I don't see Virgil going for it. That's fair. unless they agree to not face each other. But but Virgil does want to fight Errol, so that definitely eliminates that. Let's see. Albert Bell. Let me get this interview up real quick. While Khalil Cole's getting in the ring, I just got a quick listen to the interview real quick. I am from Philly, but Philly stand up. He's very animated, lively, full of life. Yes, spirit means full of life. Okay. That's always from saying I'm full of life. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to do some maintenance on some videos that was coming in. I do think John David Jackson, Kevin Cunningham would be best. I like the John David Jackson. I didn't even think about that one. Is Hart the one that came overweight? Yeah. Oh, no. Khalil Cole is the one, Pat, that came overweight. Jesse Hart is the one that pushed the fight with the commission, and he really wanted to still make the fight happen. So kind of want to set an example. Even when you come in that way, I want to punish you. So. All right, man. As in right now, fill out round, both using your jabs. Couple jabs from Jesse Hart, and they tie up. Jesse Hart landed a good right hand, used the jab setup to catch Cole off guard. A lot of feinting, jab to the body from Jesse Hart, just out of range. But apparently these two guys have sparred each other in the past, so there's a little grudge match, a little familiarity. Jesse Hart might have landed a pretty good jab potentially on Khalil Cole. Good jab to the body potential from Jesse Hart. It seems like right now Jesse Hart a little bit more active, a little bit more precise. I think he ate his first jab. Oh, Cole explodes with a right hand and catches Jesse Hart. Good jab from Jesse Hart. Good jab from Khalil Cole. Sergey dropped the ball. Errol Spence is done. He made some good money. He's not fighting after a 2-year layoff. Yeah, I don't think so. Right now, man, this round is definitely a Jesse Hart round. He landed a good shot earlier. Definitely can see the experience from Jesse Hart right now, but it's just the first round. Khalil Cole seems a little nervous, man. Dog in that Urhots, if you know, you know. Yeah, Coach Rasheem Jefferson is just in the ring, just telling him the same thing I'm thinking. You're just a little nervous. Oh, Cole took that right hand pretty good. The weight helped. It for sure definitely helps. For sure. But he can't take those shots all night, man, because Jesse's going to make it a little rough. I did favor Cole to win the fight because of, his weight and, just being the young prospect. But as of right now, he's kind of showing a lot of self-doubt right now. You can tell that he's not really confident in his shots. He's being patient, but at the same time, he's not taking any real chances. And then because of it, Jesse's just landing these shots, moving, and that confidence is growing right now from Hart, which you don't want to give a young veteran like that confidence because he's going to run with it. You want to discourage him early. Good jab from Cole, but I think Jesse might have responded back and landed a good counter on top of Cole. So Hart is still keeping Cole on his toes, and I think his confidence is still strong going into second. Landed a right on top of Cole right there. I think Jesse is in full control of the pace right now. It could change easily. These are big guys. They can land a shot that can change the momentum big time. But as in right now, Jesse Hart is just moving, picking good shots, being first, not waiting, getting out, not allowing Cole to plant his feet, and then responding to the younger fighter when he gets hit, pretty much erasing any shot that Cole does land. So as in right now, not a whole bunch of action, but you can tell that Hart is getting in his Bernard Hopkins bag a little bit. He's been a huge influence. He's been heavily influenced by Bernard Hopkins. You can hear he's not just a Philly fighter or someone from Philly. You can tell the way he talks is a little bit of Bernard Hopkins. I don't know if that's done on purpose, but or if that's a certain area in Philly, but he's definitely showing that the older, experienced fighter can hang in there with a young guy. He pushed for this fight. Still, after it should have been probably called off for missing 7 pounds. An up jab looks like a miss from Hart, but I mean Cole. It's the next fight. I saw clips of Twitter. Madrimov getting off looked winded. He definitely looked winded, and his eye did look messed up. So, Phil, I ain't gonna lie, Madrimov just a little disappointed. A little disappointed. It was, but maybe there's something going on, man. Maybe he just needed that win, and that was the start of the comeback. So. But yeah, Jesse Hart's doing pretty good right now, man. I think I have it 2-0 right now for Jesse Hart. They both get smoked by my man Benavidez, aka yo. Of course, at this point, Benavidez is a cruiserweight at this point, man. The shit that he was doing to what what's his name? Anthony Yarde was disrespectful. He held his head and he was like pop 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 pop. That shit was disrespectful, man. As in right now, man, Khalil Cole hasn't really landed anything crazy. A good jab landed from Cole, but he doesn't follow up. He doesn't double up on the jab. He's just very flat-footed, relying a lot on his upper body, but not a lot of action. If there's not a lot of activity on your end, and Jesse lands a couple more shots than you, he wins the round. And because of that, Jesse's willing to let his hands go, even if they miss. He's trying. It's a fight where if Cole starts to take some chances, he can get himself into this fight. But Hart is moving, landing the right shots, and he's clinching. Oh! Khalil Cole picked up Jesse Hart and slammed him after they go and clinch. Whoa! Yeah, that needs to be a point taken. What the hell? He like intentionally picked him and slammed him. What the hell? Yeah, he's frustrated, y'all. Like I was saying, like a little lack of confidence. He's frustrated. Like, it's one thing to pick a fighter up, like you see it, but he picked him up and slammed him. That was a good point taking. That was some crazy bullshit. So absurd. I can't even remember the last time someone just did something like that. But you know what? That's a sign of frustration. Things not going your way. Not a good start. I mean, he missed weight by 7 pounds. I personally think he's losing the fight right now. Only a couple rounds, but now he lost a point in a round where I think he was losing. Now it's looking like at this point, a couple more rounds, Cole's going to need something significant like a knockdown or a knockout. So Jesse Hart outboxing and maneuvering, making a little bit more attempts. Khalil Cole went to southpaw now, and he's starting to eat some shots in the clinch with Jesse Hart. Man, I don't. Hey yo, you ever make a pick because you want to go off like I'll be honest, I watched a couple Khalil Cole fights, but you want to go off on the script, right? This is a fight where young prospect. All right, maybe when he lost that first fight, that's a huge sign, a red flag, right? But he came back. Things happen. He won the rematch, but then he missed 7 pounds. I was saying earlier, Jesse Hart's only lost to Zurdo Ramirez twice, and Joe Smith Jr. But other than that, those are solid losses. So now, Khalil Cole misses 7 pounds. Hey man, I don't know, man. I don't I don't know, man. You ever? Is this one of those things like, man? I just went with the script. I just went with the script. I went with the idea of young prospect. Oh, he came over 7 pounds. That's gonna give him an advantage too. Oh yeah, he's gonna win this fight. Is it fair? No, but now this is just clearly a fight of experience. Khalil Cole has no experience. He's frustrated. Oh man, this fight's going the distance. WWE, somebody got slammed. I saw you interview with Durrell Champ. I agree. I see Bivol giving trouble to Benavidez, but I still got Benavidez winning. But yeah, if someone can beat my man, it's Bivol. I know they've sparred. Oh, skating. We're in round 4 right now. And Jesse lands a good right hand on Khalil Cole. Khalil Cole is just not letting his hands go, man. Just waiting and waiting and waiting. But yeah, I know they've sparred each other, but they sparred so long ago. They're two completely different fighters, I assume. But they both have great wins. I mean, they're both on top of the game. That's a tough fight, honestly. I mean, to be honest, Davis about to fight a guy that Bivol beat. At a bigger weight, yes, but we'll have to see how that goes. But Bivol dominated Zurdo. So at a certain point, I really wish Benavidez and Arthur would have fought each other, because that would have been the true, barometer to see what Benavidez was able to do at that weight. But I just wish we saw Arthur and Benavidez. What up, little Mino? Yeah, I didn't pick Jesse, right? Because I just went by the young prospect. Venge's loss, coming in 7 pounds. That's going to have a huge advantage. But that's also a huge sign that something's off mentally, because you don't hear fighters missing by 7 pounds. So he just looks stiff. Cole looks stiff. He's not letting his hands go. He's frustrated. He's switching stances for strange reasons. He can't catch Jesse Hart. And in this case, man, Jesse Hart's going to give him another loss. Yeah, Cole looks confused. Slamming him, switching stances, not letting his hands go, not being active. A good lead left hook landed on Jesse Hart, but Jesse Hart is just making a little bit more effort, moving at the right amount, a little bit more busier, willing to counter after getting caught with a shot, to erase it. I mean, it's just boxing. Jesse Hart just boxing him, and he's clinching, frustrating Cole even more, which Cole lost a point from slamming. So, yeah, they fighting right now. Khalil Cole and Jesse Hart's fighting. And Cole just not making his fight eventful. Just eating a right hand right now by Jesse Hart. Yeah, Jesse Hart making this fight look real easy. This is like a lower tier Bernard Hopkins kind of performance. But it's on that kind of scale. Older guy schooling younger guy, using all the veteran tactics. Let's see. So right now, Little Mino, if you're ever curious about what round we're in, if you look on the screen right here, 5 out of 10. So this will let you know what time, what round, and how many rounds, and who's fighting. So it's my little graphic right here. As of right now, though, I think Jesse Hart won every round. If you want to be generous and give Cole one, but he lost a point for slamming Jesse on the floor. At this point, Khalil Cole's eating double jabs now from Jesse Hart. At a certain point, you have to think, at this rate, if Cole don't make an adjustment or pick up the pace and create some urgency, you know, does he really want to even try to win this fight? You know, he's just walking down on a straight line against Jesse Hart. He's waiting for a counter. You know, Jesse Hart is clinching at certain points to frustrate Khalil Cole. Khalil Cole is like waiting for to land one big bomb, not setting it up properly, not doubling his jab, not jabbing his way in, not getting ready to counter the counter. You know, I mean, granted, anything can happen. These are big guys. He can land a shot that catches Jesse Hart and hurts him and then changes the dynamics of stuff. But as in right now, I got Jesse Hart winning the fight. You know, the footwork from Jesse Hart, not saying it's top tier, but it's enough to give Khalil Cole problems. Khalil Cole is not. He's in a southpaw stance. He's not having good success in the southpaw stance right now, and he's not keeping the lead foot on the outside. Now he switches back to orthodox. It makes me wonder what the plan is. Is it to give Jesse Hart a different look? But he's not effective in the southpaw stance. So it looked like it flipped. I don't know, man. It looked like a flip. I don't know about a slam. I don't know, but I knew at a moment he didn't have to do all of that. And, you know, of course, Jesse's going to, if let's just say hypothetically, it wasn't that serious, Jesse's going to sell it because he knows what time it is, man. That's experience. I'm going to lay down on the floor and then I'm going to sell this. So. But Jesse Hart is countering Khalil Cole. Khalil Cole looks slow in these exchanges, you know. And every time they get a little close, Jesse clinches. Well, to break Khalil Cole's rhythm, not allow him to land his short shots inside. But a good left lands on Jesse Hart. The only way that Khalil Cole wins this fight is if Jesse Hart slows down. Just naturally slows down and unable to keep a pace where he's able to move and be creative. And as I say that, Khalil Cole timed Jesse Hart with a jab, timed Jesse Hart's jab with his own. And to be honest with you, it's not like an obvious momentum shift a little bit, but I'm starting to see a little bit of timing. Khalil Cole is getting his timing down a little bit better on Jesse, and Jesse's starting to slow down just a little bit. Who thinks Muratalla is going to win? No way. I mean, right now, the odds, what is it? It's we got 566 votes, and 65% is Andy Cruz, 6% draw, 20 Raymond Muratalla. So a majority of people think Andy Cruz is going to win the fight. So I don't think that ref, though, he always seems to be biased. I think he was on Zuffa. You think so? You think he's being biased to Cole? Zuffa looks like UFC Junior. That's a good way to look at it. It does look like UFC Junior. Core versus Hart win. Anyways, only casual think Muratalla will win. Free tank. I mean, look, I don't even think Raymond Muratalla winning is a strange pick. I really think that this really just comes down to Andy's development. Has he entered this fight too soon is the question. Man, this is a another. To be honest with you, tonight's been a pretty rough night to get through. Isn't there UFC on tonight? I got Paramount. That makes me want to put that on the side. Don't really see a lot of adjustments between these two guys. You know, Khalil Cole is just still winging, throwing wide shots, not setting up. Jesse looks like he's starting to slow down a little bit. He's clinching a little bit more. He's not really throwing creative shots, but he's still out hustling, out working the younger man. But at any moment or any range that Khalil Cole can probably get a good shot in, Jesse ties up, works to clinch. But as in right now, I'm getting concerned about Jesse Hart's legs. The last round was kind of the first round where I kind of felt there was kind of a momentum change. And to be honest, I think this is where we're gonna see a very uneventful momentum shift, because it's more on a older man not being able to maintain a certain pace and certain rhythm, and probably the less creative fighter, Khalil Cole, the fighter is not doing his due diligence to get in the position like this. But it really definitely looks like Jesse Hart is just slowly just fading. Not from a punch, not from... It's almost like you feel like he injured himself in the fight, because it's just... And now Jesse Hart loses a point for excessive holding. And you kind of feel at this moment, almost like, what you call it? Not Freddy Krueger. Jason. Just Michael Myers just walking and stalking, and just... regardless of whatever the first 4 or 5 rounds look like, you're going to fade, you're going to trip, you're going to fall, you're going to break your leg, and that's how I'm going to kill you. Like, that's kind of the momentum shift that's happening, because the undoing is just on Jesse Hart's maybe age and his inability to maintain this pace for so long. But pretty sad way if this is how Hart goes out, or Khalil Cole's opportunity to really get some damage off. So as of right now, Greg Haggett is yelling at him in the corner. Man, I don't. I heard Tank went to Russia to train with Draco, and some say Tank went to Cuba. Others say Tank was from the future. Chill out, man. Yeah, man. I think Jesse's about to fade, and it's gonna be one of those fights where it's not so much Khalil Cole being the reason, but just Jesse not being able to just maintain this pace. And Khalil Cole landed a good jab at the start of this round. Unless Jesse Hart's able to maintain a second, or get a second win, this could be a really interesting fight going down the second half, because they both lost a point, so that evened it out now, and that lead is starting to shrink a little bit, because I think Khalil Cole won possibly the last 2. It's going to be a fight where Jesse Hart's going to have to dig in a little bit. Khalil Cole's going to have to take a little bit more chances and be first. A lot of leaning for Jesse Hart. Jesse Hart has to be careful not to lose another point for excessive holding. Another clinch initiated by Jesse Hart. Khalil Cole digging to the body a little bit. Not really letting his hands go. Yeah, we're in round 7 skating. And Jesse's starting to fade a little bit. But he's still fighting. You know, Khalil Cole still putting very slow, methodical footwork, just trying to walk Jesse Hart down in the corner. Jesse Hart, with the experience and the footwork, just doesn't seem to be able to just maintain that after going in the 7th round, looking drained, look physically worn down from his own movement. And he eats a leaping left hook from Khalil Cole, and he caught it clean. Jesse Hart looking possibly buzzed, looking gassed. This is going to be pretty bad. It's going to almost feel like I don't want to say undeserving knockout coming, but something about Jesse Hart not being able to maintain this pace of just moving, bouncing, is going to be the reason why Khalil Cole just walking slow, methodical footsteps, just conserving his energy, not putting a lot outside of the shots he throws. Sneaky uppercut from Khalil Cole. Jesse Hart clinching again, holding on. Khalil starting to let his hands go. Jesse's not able to clinch as well. Ref comes in, breaks them up. Another Khalil Cole round. Eats a right hand from Khalil Cole. At this moment, man, at the rate that it's going to be a Khalil Cole fight. Yeah, man. I honestly don't even see this going into Jesse Hart's way, man. I think the early rounds was cool. It was cute. But now at this point, I think is it. I think Khalil Cole walks away with this win in the next couple rounds. Here, let me. Yeah, and it's strange because like his legs goes and it looks like he's being hurt, like he got hit with a shot that hurt him, but nothing's hitting him. His legs just look like they're just going. Yeah, man. I don't know what the conditioning or the strength conditioning, or the age, but Jesse Hart looks super tired. He might come out the beginning of this round fresh, but then the final minute or so, he looks completely gassed. So these are going to be the reasons why he loses the rounds, because he's not going to be able to maintain not just the beginning, but a very crucial part of the round, the end, where the judges and people remember the most. So Jesse Hart needs to get his CDLs. Chill out, bro. He came in 8 pounds overweight. I'm not surprised he's winning. Well, you know what's actually interesting? It's not like it's not like I think he's winning because he's doing it. And I don't want to like disrespect Cole like that. But it's almost like Jesse Hart can't just keep this pace because he's 36 years old. And it just, for whatever reason, just looks like he gasses out way easier than he did when he was younger, when he faced guys at a high level. I mean, he fought Zerdal in 2 rematches just, and they're starting to exchange a little bit, but Khalil Cole lands a good shot, pushes him up on the ropes. Jesse Hart just looks tired, man. And it's not even like tired from just getting beat up, just tired from moving and just trying to maintain. And his movement isn't anything that I feel like is extremely excessive. I feel like he's doing just a little above minimal movement. But now Jesse Hart's on the ropes, and Khalil Cole is starting to tee off on him, starting to have a lot more success than he did in the beginning of the fight. And now he's starting to take over the fight. How the fuck they want to arrest Tank before anybody asks me? Yeah, I don't even know about dude, that Esping stuff is crazy to me, man. Khalil Cole has the energy now to actually start to let his hands go, and he's starting to take advantage of a tired Jesse Hart. with Jesse Hart being a tough veteran, he lets two shots go to try to return the shots that he received from Khalil Cole. He clinches, ties up. Is my money safe with Cole? Yeah, right now, Kevin, I believe so. I think right now, after this round, I think it's safe to say that Cole potentially could be winning. And if not, he's about to win the next 2 rounds of this race. Cole looks like the winner and one of the most strange and uneventful performances, because you're not going to leave going, man, Khalil Cole is that guy. You're just kind of looking at this fight as like potential that's not reaching, and a fighter at a point of his career who, if he faced anyone of upper echelon skills, he would have been knocked out. Like this is definitely man, dude. These fights tonight, man. The co-main event, not the main event. The main event I'm looking forward to. I believe those are 2 fighters that are definitely going to give us a show. But with that being said, this is a very close fight. I'm more impressed with the fighter that's losing to Jesse Hart, as in what he's capable of trying to do. But the winner is just 7 pounds heavier. Oh, he eats a good right hand. Jesse Hart he's starting to get some confidence after landing a good right hand. Admired his work a little bit. A big burst of energy happened, and Khalil Cole initiates the clinch as if he may have been buzzed. This is a pretty tight round, right? Pretty tight fight right now. Whoever wins the 9th and 10th is probably going to win this fight. So, Khalil Cole worked his way back into this fight, and I think it's a pretty close 50-50 right now. Yeah, that right hand definitely wobbled him. I've never seen Khalil Cole clinch one time in this fight, and he's starting to initiate a clinch again. You know, as much as I said that, I feel like your money is safe with Cole, Kevin. Jesse might win this round, and at that point, he's probably around the next round. If he can seal it, he'll be the winner. These fighters both need these rounds, and Khalil Cole needs to add some sort of urgency, because right now, he's just walking, not taking real chances, not letting his hands go. Jesse, a shell of himself, still being active, landing more punches, probably throwing more punches. The active, busier fighter is going to win these rounds. If you're just walking, throwing single shots that don't land. Good right hand from Jesse Hart. This is starting to look like a Jesse Hart round. It's almost at the point like whoever does something in the round is what Sergio Mora, and I agree, said is going to win the round. And Jesse Hart is doing something. While Khalil Cole has not landed anything of note, hasn't attempted to let his hands go. It's so bizarre. The youthful fighter who did not make weight, who should have all the energy in the world, and he didn't make weight by 7 pounds. This is really about to be 1 round away for Jesse Hart potentially winning this fight. Who do y'all predict to win this fight? I've picked Khalil Cole because the simple fact that I just thought because he missed weight by that much, he's just going to come in, use his size. He's not drained. He's younger. the fight's set up for him, right? But at this point, I think Jesse Hart, if he wins this next round, wins the fight. And if Khalil Cole makes a moment in the next round, then we might be in a draw. And then because of that, this was almost like, what's the point? This almost feels like what's the point fight, especially for Khalil Cole. This would be considered, even if it's a draw, even if it's a win, it almost feels like it's a setback to a certain point. Who do y'all, Cole's effing fluorescent gloves are like all those shoes that are worn in NBA nowadays. What's the score? I probably have it 5-4 Jesse Hart, with this last round determining if Jesse wins or the fight ends in a draw unless someone gets knocked down or someone loses a point. I bet the draw in this fight plus 1,800. I mean, Cole's going to have to do something in my books to get a draw at this point. But you may have, you're the closest right now. 5-4 right now. Khalil Cole needs to just go for broke at this point. He can't afford to just let Jesse Hart out hustle him a little bit here and there and not attempt to just be desperate for this win. Like, what I'm seeing is a 36-year-old man fighting desperately, putting in his best effort, which is sad on Khalil Cole's part, because it almost feels like there's so much potential and he's just not trying or letting it go for whatever reason. And Jesse Hart using his wits but destroying his body, because it almost seemed like he was going to fall on his own for how exhausted he was. But now with 1 minute and 29 seconds left on the clock, while he's wobbling around on the ropes, barely being able to stand, this round might be a Jesse Hart round simply because of the fact that he's landing shots and he's trying more than Khalil Cole. It's like Jesse Hart had a second breath. A little bit, I would agree. Like, it's almost like he sees the finish line and he's emptying the tank. Like, he knows when to conserve whatever gas he did have, and now he's kind of using it all up to make sure he closes strong. But very disappointing from Khalil Cole, man. From the weight to the performance to not even trying. It almost feels like he's just going through the motions. He's hesitant. Like, I just don't know what's going through his mind. Like, he's just, like, there's no sense of urgency. It's almost like he's complacent with the idea of just making it through this fight. I mean, this is beyond mediocre at a point. It's almost indicative of why he lost the first fight of his career. Just like not taking his career serious. 7 pounds, not trying, having practically a dead man in front of him at a certain point, and not from your punches, but purely because he's fatigued. And you're giving away points for throwing him on the floor. I mean, oh, what up? Oh boy, that Cole looked terrible. Oh my. You know, I know a lot of people were speaking negative about Zuffa, right? But this is not giving me like money well spent kind of vibes today. This is some bad shit. This might be a case where Zuffa might have the better card. You know, a lot of people were talking bad about Zuffa, but I don't even remember any of the fights that happened. Amari Jones, Zaquan Moses, Madrimov. Wow, dude. This is a pretty uneventful card. I just watched Khalil Cole just say in the middle of the fight, yeah, I'm okay with just being wherever I'm at in my boxing career. I mean, they haven't announced yet who won Jamil, but I think Jesse Hart won 6-4. And such a poor performance from Khalil Cole. And not taking anything away from Jesse Hart, but $94-94, a draw on one scorecard. 95-93. 96-92. They're going to give it to Jesse Hart. Wow. They gave it to Khalil Cole. Bro, just pack this card up, bro. Just pack this up, man. Get this off my screen. Get this off my screen, man. This should have been a UFC night, man. I'm about to turn on the UFC, man. Y'all want to talk about UFC tonight? When's the next Zuffa card? Give me the next Zuffa card. Give me the next Zuffa card. Give me the next Zuffa card. Who want to watch the next Zuffa card? Daisy Muff think other fighters would pay those two guys not to fight. My grandma has better fights with her neighbor and she only has one effing arm. No, it's free. Oh, yeah, it's on DAZN. Nope. Yeah, what? Wow, robbery. Yep. That's why I pulled out after the 7th round. I got $57. Should have got $220. Who? They gave it to Cole, man. They gave it to Khalil Cole. Brother, where? I don't even know what, dude, this is some, yo. Man, dude. Oh my lordy, this card makes me want to watch Zuffa. See, this is why you can't judge a product until you give it a shot. Because this is some highway robbery BS. Gangster Dog Ron, what up? What up, my brother? What's going on, man? How's your day going? What's the point of having judges at this point? I don't know, dude. I'm gonna tweet like, man, dude, I don't even know what to say, dude. BS decision, matching money is investing in Cole. Yeah, I saw the CompuBox. You know what's crazy? I didn't even need to see the CompuBox because I know Khalil Cole was not landing shots like all night. Zuffa was trash. Would you say this card right now is better than Zuffa last night? Whoa, Ring. Did that fight right there make you go, Zuffa was trash? Because that was trash right there. And I'm not saying I'm raving about Zuffa because, you know, that was the first card. I mean, I did like Robert Merriweather's performance. Troy Nash did his thing. It's just, I don't know what I'm watching right now tonight, man. Like Madrimov going the distance with a 140 pounder. Jesse Hart, who shouldn't won, but he did, but didn't get the decision. Did they have the first Buffalo card? What do you mean Buffalo card? Why do we always have robberies in this sport? Always. The main event's coming up now. Finally, like, I can wake up. Like, I feel like I can get some quality in my life, right? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that was a lot of work to get through today. Ugh. Let's add some more rounds to this. Let's add some more rounds. Ugh. That's the irony, because everyone last night was like, Zuffa's terrible. And I understand. Like, I'm not saying like that was an immaculate night, right? That was their first card. It was like, right? It's like, I've seen better, right? Like, this inaugural one. But as in right now, like, this is supposed to be the example to show Zuffa, like, it's almost like, sit down, Dana, let me show you what a boxing promoter can do. And it's like, no. This main event hopefully can deliver, because this card is rough to get through. What time is the Muay Thai fight start? It should be coming up next. What's up with all these fighters missing weight now? They're not just missing weight. They are blowing through the weight class. They're almost in the next weight class above. Like they're almost trying to, like, they're almost struggling to make the weight above, right? It's not like they're in the next division. They're struggling to make the division. It's almost like they're trying to make that weight. Like, if you're a lightweight and your weight class is like 135, right? And you step on a scale and coming in at 139.7, like, you sounded like you were struggling to make the next weight. What the fuck? What the hell? You almost didn't make that weight class. Cold one, bro. Cold one. Unbelievable. What up, comic legends? I canceled my DAZN subscription share. I much prefer just listening to live commentary and seeing highlights pretty much right after the fight. And comics, I cover the sport of boxing. I literally just canceled my DAZN subscription, right? I'm going to have to, like, do something for the Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez fight, because I was going to go and cover it, but I'm going to do a live watch party instead. But I'm just going to go to the fights. But really, like, dude, you're not getting your value. You're not getting your value for it. Because, one, you don't know what the schedule holds, but that's fine. There's a lot of annual subscriptions out there you don't know. But then they're like, but we're going to guarantee you good programming, right? And you're like, all right, I'm going to trust you. But you got to upgrade to the super tier to get these fights. If not, you have to pay pay-per-view for most of it. So then why do I even have this? Why do I even have this subscription? Why even have this subscription? Like, I went from, like, on DAZN, I went from pay-per-views dead, $6-7 a month, to 10 or 12 to 16, but I was gonna cancel it, so they gave me a discount, so I had it for like $13 a month, and then I was locked in an annual, and I swear this was my last month. I hit cancel because, dude, I don't know what the program is gonna be, like, and I feel like they're setting this expectation where you're gonna get these amazing pay-per-view kind of fights on this $50, $60 monthly subscription, which is awfully a lot for a regular person, right? And especially, like, if you don't cover the sport and you're just a person who wants to watch it, and you're sitting there and it's almost like they have the year planned out the way they have it, but they don't have the fights planned out. They don't have Virgil and Ennis worked out. They don't have a lot of fights worked out. They're going by this idea that we're going to try to make these fights while you're paying $60 a month to potentially get a pay-per-view worthy card, when you could just buy the pay-per-view and then skip the months that you don't really care for and not be obligated to pay $50 or $60 every month for fights that you don't really care for, you know? So it's just, how did we get here? And it's almost like Yeah, I understand Zuffa criticism. Yeah, I, I I understand it. You know, I have a little bit of that in me too because I like the ideology of just boxing where it's at. I like the Wild Wild West. I like the free market. I like the chaos. Yeah, there's corruption in it, like and everything. But knowing that there's a little bit more structure to the idea of having to make sure that these fighters are held accountable, like where is the penalty of a fighter missing 7 pounds to be later awarded a win of a fight that many people probably feel like he shouldn't. And at this point, like, don't get me wrong, I don't like the idea of a promoter, dictating what goes on. Like, oh no, but at a little point, I don't think no one will complain if like Khalil Cole was penalized and also like, yeah, Jesse Hart deserves to be moved on from that. Even though he on his record he won, I'm gonna look away to get Jesse Hart the fight because he's really like the winner, right? And that's kind of the idea what Zuffa's trying to do, with obviously people's idea of maybe them trying to monopolize the market, but neither here or there. This shit was terrible. If boxing had any real integrity left, it would be an immediate rematch. Yeah, Cole ended up getting the win. Now for the main event. So Buffalo did have their first card. If Cole looked trash against Hart, I can imagine him being in worse shape against top tier opponent. He's just gonna get a nasty knock. He's gonna get just KO'd viciously. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't make sense to have DAZN anymore. They are taking advantage of the fans. Like what's the point of having a subscription when the uncertainty is there, the consistency isn't there, and really at the end of the day, yeah, like they're pushing these Riyadh season cards into DAZN, but eventually, how things are playing out, those fighters might go on Zuffa, and it's going to be on Paramount Plus for like $6-7. When you also get the UFC pay-per-view fights included in there too. So like, it's almost like get the fighters on Zuffa, and I'm speaking as a fight fan, right? Not a person who's coming with like boxing morality, but like as a fight fan, like who wants to pay this type of money? And you don't get the guarantee of a delivery. So is Zuffa going to be pay-per-view for the upper tier fights? I doubt it, because if their UFC fights, temp, are not pay-per-view, then I don't see boxing fights that they put on, because at the end of the day, unless they have like some marquee names put together, but I don't know if Paramount Plus is in the business of wanting to try to make pay-per-view. So it's almost like if they want to, like, this is what I feel like is also a thing. When they want to try to recoup some money or make some sort of pay-per-view event, they're going to put it on DAZN, because all this is Riyadh season and Saudi Arabia, right? Zuffa, Ring, right? And I feel like if they want to make a pay-per-view, they put it on DAZN. But if they're content with the idea of not putting a pay-per-view and using Zuffa as like a developmental spot for a lot of these guys, then that's just what it's gonna be. So I don't think Zuffa is ever gonna be pay-per-view because of that reason. But I'm just not feeling this model, Like, you might as well just leave it at pay-per-view, and you it's like a la carte. You pay for what you want, and if you don't want it, you're not stuck with it. Like, at this point, I don't want to be stuck in a DAZN subscription. Like, I don't, because I honestly, I don't go live on every single fight, and I think, at a certain point, like, I could and maybe I should, but at a certain point, man, it's just like I want to go live because I really like Andy Cruz and Raymond Muratalla. That is a quality fight. That is a fight where it delivers on paper. Obviously we have to see how it happens when they get in the ring, but that is a quality fight. You're talking about two solid fighters of the division, a decorated amateur gold medalist, and a very, very underrated lightweight champion who has a huge opportunity tonight to show everyone why he is where he's at against a guy who beat Keshan in the amateurs. I mean, this is a great quality fight. You got a guy who's fast-tracked, might be green in certain areas, but athletically gifted, and a guy who's seasoned, match made, and groomed to have this type of poise and composure and experience to be able to let the matchmakers that match him know that you rushed this guy too soon. Like, it's well put together. I like this fight. But other than that, I think Zuffa had the more fun and quality card, personally. You know? I've never seen Robert Merriweather fight the way he did. He was known as a boxer. Something in Zuffa told him, hey, you put an effort, we gonna pay you more. Right? So, I don't know. Virgil Boots not fighting. Tank booked. At least you're professional and you can deduct the cost of boxing subscription. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we can write it off. But at a certain point, it's like, I might as well just do something else. Like, I'll watch like, as a person who covers the fights, I feel like I could cover the fights as effective as watching the highlights and not sitting through this feels unproductive to a way. You know, I mean, obviously we're covering it and this is part of our job, but I don't think I needed to sit and watch. I could have probably watched the fight and fast forward and understood it versus sitting down and spending all this time watching the build-ups and highlights and all this stuff. It's just like we got to do better, man. Like honestly, Khalil Cole, I don't know, man. He needs to be on the undercard, not the co-main. Like prelims. Put him on the prelims. Cause as much as of a boxing purist we are, we also need to hold fighters accountable. Like, what was that? Vegas had to collect tonight. And I feel like a lot of people did put money on Jesse Hart for right reasons, right? So, man, dude, that's wild, man. Well, I'm happy we're here at the main event, man. I'm glad we're at the main event, man. This felt more work than anything. We'll go live for only co-mains and mains. I've done that a few times, and listen, and I'm being critical. Like, Zaquin Moses is a developing prospect, and you know, he was learning on job, and it was fair. You know, Amari Jones fought a tough undefeated Baxter, didn't get the stoppage. It's fine. Like, Madrimov fought a 140 pounder that got stopped by Kevin Johnson, and Madrimov ended up leaving that ring having arguably one of the most performances of his career. Khalil Cole, you know, gets a decision in a potential robbery, one of the robberies of the year, against Jesse Hart, who was more hurt from boxing than getting hit. So, oof. And I was sold the co-main, but, you know, some should have told me the 7 pounds or, like, you know what's crazy? I'm still technically right that Cole won, but I feel like I was wrong, right? So, but I also, like, the thing is, like, I also don't like just going live for co-main and main event too, because I also like engaging and chatting with you guys, right? Because that's kind of the whole point. Is talking with you guys, answering questions, things like that. Watching a fight is cool with you guys, you know. And I get criticized at times with people coming in and they're like, "Yo, you need to call the fight more in depth." But a lot of those, like, I don't want to critique other stuff because everyone has their own niche. But, like, for me, I like to engage more with the chat than just calling the fight, right? So it's like more of a watch along than a live commentary, specifically, like blow by blow. But that's why I like I'll be able to talk to you, Temp, talk to Eric, talk to you, Raphael, comics, right? Skating, you know, Pat. Like, really, I can't do this when I just upload a video or come in last minute, you know what I mean? So, and we're hardcore. Like, this is a hardcore fight. Like, I'm like excited for this fight. Like, this fight's not gonna give me millions of views, but I'm excited to watch this fight. Like, I'm very excited and ecstatic. A part of me kind of wish I was able to watch it live, right? But, at a certain point, that undercard has to have something that's like worth staying on the stream for all this time. So a little bit better quality control. And I know you can't control it. Sometimes fights look good on paper, and then when it's matched up, like, they don't deliver. But, at a certain point, you got to have some for sure guarantees. And if Madrimov not knocking out 140 is not a for sure guaranteed, which it wasn't, then we need to find some new for sure guarantees. By Buffalo not wanting the alphabet titles involved with their cards would be reestablished Ring Magazine belt as the most legitimate world title. And I'm for boxing going back to that. Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, man, it's... I don't know, dude. Like, I'm all for, like, fighter pay and fighter structure and things like that. I mean, I'm all for, like, free market and fighters, like, fighting for unbelievable amount of money. Like, that seems like that's the true way of a boxer, right? Because it's always been, in every generation, the most paid athlete was a boxer, right? Something about the prize fighter really sticks to a professional fight, and you feel the stakes are high with it every fight because the purses get higher. But sometimes we do need a reset, because you got to get these guys wanting to fight each other, at a stage of their career where they're hungry and they want to go for something, more than just money. And money is the priority factor. Like that's the primary thing. Like, I don't care what people say about belts and legacy. Money is always like the number one, right? Even when fighters say it's not, right? It's always the reason why fights get made or don't get made, right? But there has to be another alternative motive. And like when I watched Khalil Cole, and I know I'm bashing Cole, there's a lot of fighters that can bash. It just didn't give me that. Like, it's just like, do you want to win? And if not, and you're not winning, you don't deserve the win. If you show me that you want to win and you're trying, and there is a weird hiccup, like a decision robbery that many people feel, I at least can say, like, he was trying. It was out of his control. He's not the judge. He can't control the judges. But it didn't even feel like he tried. So when he won, it's like, man, this dude got a decision for not even trying, going for broke. All right, I'm done with the rant. Raymond Muratalla is getting in the ring. Andy Cruz is in the ring. Vegas definitely cleaned up with the Madrimov not getting a knockout. Was it minus 600? Hey, yo, Raymond Muratalla coming out to Nas, man. He coming out to Nas, man. He ain't coming out. See, Raymond Muratalla is not an atypical, stereotypical, what people feel is just a regular Mexican fighter, man. I think he has a chance. He's locked in. Always been very serious. They both have fundamental flaws. No boxer's perfect. There's holes in both game plan, but Raymond has a good chance. I like to edge Andy Cruz's athleticism and creativity, but if Raymond lands a good shot and hurts Andy Cruz, they probably had zero money for the undercard. It isn't a money fight, even though the top talent, 3 top talent. Raymond can upset. I got Cruz. That's how I feel, man. Raymond told me. Yeah, I don't think Raymond's a stereotypical fighter that people just generalize by looking at someone and being like, oh, okay. I think Raymond fights. He has like a lot of different styles. He's polished. He makes adjustments. So I like Raymond's chance. Hearn is trying to turn Cruz into a stereotypical clown. Chill out. So But yeah, Raymond told me like he feels like this fight's a little too soon for Andy. So we'll see. You know, like Andy definitely has a lot of experience. But as a professional, we'll see how that translates because he's fighting Raymond Muratalla at how many fights, I think? What's this, like his 8th fight? Andy Cruz's 7th fight, my bad. Dana White was too cheap for boxing. These spoiled brats gonna raise Dana's blood pressure. Nah, because I don't even think he's gonna work with all those type of guys. I think he's working with the next generation up and coming, the people who never really had an opportunity, right? And that's gonna hurt him a little bit because boxing fans, they want the A-list guys or the guys at the top. I think Dana's trying to produce a product where more than anything, the fights itself is entertaining and the stars itself are controlled to a point. You know what I mean? And he can manage it a little bit better. But on the outside of his world, these fighters outside have to get beat or things like that to kind of reset the market so that those guys who are asking for a lot of money aren't around. And this next generation, if they want a decent start of their career, they're going to have to go to Zuffa because that's where eventually all the money's going to go for the up-and-coming guys. While the few guys out there are still making money, they're still going to make it. But after that dries up, the other promoters aren't going to really be able to maintain that without the help of like Riyadh season and so on. And that money is going to be slowly switched over to Zuffa. And that's going to be the breeding ground for Riyadh season. So don't use the fighter's name in your title. Just put live chat if you're not calling a fight. Well, Quincy, the fight hasn't started. So if you just patiently wait, you can see that the timer hasn't started. So we're going to wait till the fight starts for it to be called. So Harvey Dock is the most crooked referee. Muay Thai has to go even if it means disqualification. All right. Getting ready. They touch gloves. They've hit the corner. Let's see, man. I'm slowly waking up. All right. Bell rung. Here we go. Raymond Muratalla putting a little pressure on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz on his back foot. Raymond backing up Cruz already. Andy Cruz going side to side right now. Raymond's using a couple jabs to kind of direct Andy in a certain direction. Andy fires a jab, doubles up with a jab, and fires a right and misses. Raymond is using great foot control to try to close the distance with him and Andy. Andy's going to have to be creative right now. Both throwing jabs right now, slightly missing each other out of range. Andy Cruz going side to side right now. Raymond Muratalla still putting pressure on Andy. Andy's keeping himself off the ropes. Andy lands a good jab to the body. And Andy Cruz lands a good right and counters Raymond Muratalla over the top. After he seems faster than Raymond right now. Good jab from Andy. Andy's looking very fast and very sharp. As of right now, Andy looks like he's slowly taking control of this round with his counter shots. Good lateral movement. He looks faster. Raymond's putting some solid pressure, but it seems like the hand speed difference between the two is starting to show. Both throwing jabs. And Andy landed a good jab and fired a right over and lands clean on Raymond. Good 1-2 combination. But Raymond landed a good right hand on Andy. And Raymond's starting to let his hands go a little bit right now. And Andy fires back and counters and lands a good shot on Raymond. Already 2 minutes in, these two are starting to heat up. Not a slow first round. Good stab jab from Raymond. Raymond's throwing a lot of jabs to the body. He has to be careful because he did get countered early in the round by Andy. So has to be very careful when he does that stab jab to the body. But he's still putting solid pressure on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is on his back foot, using his jab to try to maintain a good distance from Raymond. Still circling off the ropes. Good jab to the body from Andy Cruz. And Raymond tries to throw a right and misses. A lot of action going on in the first round. A lot of skill, a lot of feints, a lot of counters, a lot of poise. Just two top solid lightweights. Great first round already. And good right hook to the body from Raymond landed on Andy Cruz. A lot of body work from Raymond Muratalla this round. As in Andy Cruz tries to land slick counter defensive pull back shots. Really good first round for both. Might maybe give Andy the first round because his shots may have influenced me because they were a little bit flashier. But it was a lot of body work that was probably underappreciated from Raymond that I saw going on. So really, really good first round for both. Really exciting. Really exciting. Oh, what a complete difference from the other fights. Like, let me get a notepad because I definitely want to score this, right? So, what do you guys got? I feel like I might have Andy Cruz winning that first round just because of those combinations, but Muratalla definitely landed some good body shots. Good round for both though. Very first round. There's a lot of time in a championship fight, 12 rounds, so got to see how their game plan develops, but you can definitely tell that Andy Cruz is he's kind of fixed a lot of the mistakes that I kind of criticized him a little bit in his previous fights, you know, but that's probably maybe him grossly underestimating his opponent. But Raymond, high guard, walks in, lands a good jab on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz definitely needs to make sure that he does not let Raymond pressure him and keeps a good distance, uses footwork, and uses a jab, because Raymond's starting to make an adjustment and starting to close the distance. And Raymond is starting to make this a little bit closer quarters kind of fight, putting a lot more pressure and smothering Andy's kind of distance. Raymond's making a lot of adjustments right now, and Andy's going to have to figure out the spacing. Raymond is starting to have a lot more success this second round. Andy's still waiting, throwing his jab, kind of like get off me jabs a little bit. The pace that Raymond's pushing on Andy's a lot more than the first round. He's putting a lot more pressure. Andy's going side to side. And he gets countered. They both exchange counters, but Raymond eats a jab right there, putting pressure. But a lot of aggression from Raymond Muratalla. Very compact shots from Raymond. Good right hook to the body on Andy. Raymond showing a lot of poise right now, making a lot of adjustments. You know, Andy's firing back, landing some good counters, but right hands are exchanging, and Raymond's putting a little bit more pressure on Andy Cruz, and he might have maybe got the better of it. Andy's taking a lot of pressure right now from Raymond Muratalla, and it makes me wonder, can he keep this pace up for 12 rounds? They're both throwing some serious shots though. Andy's throwing some get off me hooks. Good jab from Andy. Muratalla with a double jab, but he eats a jab from Andy Cruz. Woo! Man, Muratalla is putting a lot of pressure on Andy. A couple hooks missed from Raymond Muratalla, but And they exchanged hooks, and honestly, I think that was a Raymond Muratalla round. I think it's 1-1. And I think Raymond's making the adjustment, putting a lot of pressure on Andy Cruz, honestly. There's a lot of waiting going on from Andy Cruz, and that's what Bozy Ennis is telling him. Don't wait. But I think part of that is because Raymond is actually a really calculated counterpuncher, and he's kind of baiting him in with the pressure and looking for opportunity. So some of that is being neutralized just by Raymond's pressure and presence. So I guess I understand why Andy is not wanting to let his hands go. And even then, when Andy does counter, Raymond's ready to counter the counter, and they're exchanging. So, and they're both exchanging good shots. But that pressure from Raymond might be the difference of this fight, man, because if Andy can't separate himself quickly from that, and that goes on for 12 rounds, can he maintain the footwork? Once again, Raymond Muratalla putting a lot of pressure on Andy. Right hook to the body, and Andy Cruz clinches right away. These body shots will add up. Maybe they know or feel like they can tire and get Andy Cruz tired in the later rounds. But Raymond Muratalla is trying to land a lot of shots. Raymond's starting to take some chances. He's throwing a lot of punches. Andy Cruz is landing a good right hook to try to get Raymond off, but Raymond's still pushing the pressure, still pushing. And a good right hand lands over the top on Andy Cruz's. This is why I was telling everybody, like, naturally, you want to pick the gold medalist, the guy who beat Keshan. You want to go through all that. And I'm with that, too. But the experience professionally is night and day different. And Raymond Muratalla is for sure showing everybody why this was a humongous step up for Andy Cruz at this level. So if Andy Cruz can make a dramatic knockout or win like impressively, this is a huge statement for the division. But as in right now, Raymond is definitely one, in my opinion, the one in control. He's pushing the action. He's creating the pace that Andy is forced to deal with. And that seems like something he is not accustomed to and likes. The body shots are clean. He's able to fight someone who is slick. And it doesn't have to be slick as in like upper body movement and flashy, but slick where he gets out just enough and to counter properly in the short amount of space where he's smart. Raymond Muratalla is compact. He's landing good shots and he's throwing a lot of punches to try to get Raymond Muratalla off him, but it's ineffective. You know, Raymond is still putting a lot of pressure. Andy just sitting there. Andy's going to be in a fight now. Andy's not going to be able to be elusive. Raymond Muratalla is going to put him in the kitchen. He is going to put him in a phone booth fight, and it starts now by slowly taking away his legs in the early rounds and eventually force Andy in a fight. And Raymond can counter just like Andy could. He goes to the body. He's creative. He's tough. He's powerful. He's strong. He's big. Longer reach. And Andy, it makes me wonder, has Andy mastered sitting down in his punches as a professional yet? Because we know Raymond Muratalla has. I got that as a Raymond Muratalla round. 10-9. I got 2-1. What do you guys got? I hate when y'all turn into my readers. Just call what you see, brother. I'm calling what I see, brother. Oh, what do you mean, mind readers? Muratalla by decision. It's currently right now a fight where Andy has to make an adjustment. Great combinations from the left hand from Muratalla. Everyone notes that Muratalla is a great right hand, but he has been making the left hand a huge part of his arsenal today. Very impressed with Raymond Muratalla's poise, his composure, and his ability to kind of almost trap Andy Cruz at points on the rope. So Andy Cruz is going to have to make an adjustment. But right now, they meet in the center of the ring. Andy Cruz is starting to let his hands go a little bit more with double jabs. Andy Cruz is starting to let that jab come off a little bit more now. He's getting busier with that jab. He's having a little bit of success. Raymond Muratalla is matching him with the jab. Currently just double jabs on both ends. Andy Cruz is throwing a lot more double jabs. He's a lot more active this round. He throws a right hook to the body, almost like as if Andy Cruz is starting to rev his engine and getting ready to fight Raymond Muratalla himself. Good jab lands from Andy Cruz. Starting to see adjustments from Andy Cruz using angles, and his footwork is starting to come into play. Raymond Muratalla lands a right on Andy Cruz. Combinations are flying. Raymond Muratalla goes to the body and lands. They tie up. Ref breaks them up. A lot of activities going on for both ends. Andy Cruz is starting to take some chances. Raymond Muratalla tries to throw a right. Raymond throws a three-piece combination with the right hand. Landed a couple shots himself. Good shot landed by Raymond Muratalla again on Andy Cruz. Good jab, strong jab from Raymond Muratalla, but Andy Cruz retaliates with a good jab of his own and doubles up. But Raymond starts to put pressure again, pushes Andy Cruz on the ropes. Both high guard. Andy Cruz circles and gets away and lands a good left jab to the body. But Raymond Muratalla fires back with a left hook and lands. Doubles, triple jabs, all miss from Raymond. But good right uppercut. Creative shot landed on Andy Cruz from Raymond Muratalla. Raymond starting to put more pressure again. Andy's going side to side. Andy Cruz lands a good right. They're exchanging right hands now. A lot of pressure from Raymond still. Andy Cruz on his back foot. High guard. Going side to side on the ropes. Andy Cruz going side to side on the ropes. But Andy Cruz is starting to land some good right hands of his own. And Raymond Muratalla lands a good jab. They're starting to exchange. I think Raymond's getting a little bit better of it. Good right from Andy Cruz. But the pressure's still relentless from Raymond. Not letting Andy Cruz breathe at all. Constantly forcing him on the ropes. Very competitive round. Could see it probably either or. Might lean to Raymond Muratalla as he closes it around with a good body shot and combination. I feel like that last round could have been either or, honestly. So I could see it either 3-1 Raymond or 2-2. I think Harvey Dock's arguably the best referee in boxing. I'm not sure what you mean. Woo! This is such a great fight. This is so much better than all the shit we had to deal with. We're getting ready to go in the 5th round right now. So, I see it either 2-2, with Andy winning the first and the last, or I see the momentum in Raymond Muratalla winning the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Just because the 4th round was extremely competitive. So, it was a lot of action in that 4th round. So, Andy made an adjustment, and Raymond kept the pressure, and this is a great fight, man. Oof. All right, man. They both exchanged jabs. A lot of pressure still. Raymond Muratalla walking Andy Cruz down, but Andy starting to get a little respect. Using that jab. Using lateral movement to get away from Raymond, making Raymond miss a little bit. Good left hook. Right hook to the body from Raymond Muratalla. Right hook and left hook to the body landing from Andy Cruz. But Raymond Muratalla lands a good right. And Andy's on the move again. That was a great right from Raymond Muratalla. And Andy's going side to side on the ropes using lateral movement, just trying to get himself some distance from Raymond. Double jab from Raymond. Right hook to the body. Andy Cruz tries to return and fire back. Landed a shot of his own. They both exchange. Oof. Raymond Muratalla barely misses with a lead left hook. Andy Cruz misses, and Andy Cruz goes straight to the body with his jab. Good right hand from Andy Cruz. Catches Raymond Muratalla, but Raymond eats it and keeps it going. High guard Raymond Muratalla. He eats a jab from Andy Cruz again. Good adjustment from Andy. Andy's using his lateral movement to give good angles, but good jab from Raymond. Raymond misses with the right. Andy Cruz is still circling, but Andy Cruz lands a good right while circling. Andy Cruz is starting to make the adjustments and slowly winning this round, stealing it from a very tough beginning, but he lands a good right. But Raymond Muratalla catches him with a good left hook. Raymond's still putting some good pressure. Double, triple jab. This could still be anyone's round. Woo! Good jab from Andy. Good right hook to the body from Raymond. Good jab to the body from Cruz. Good jab again from Cruz. Cruz misses with a right hand. Very close round. Ooh, that's another close round. I'm going to give that one to Andy Cruz. But there's going to be a lot of close rounds, man. Everyone's going to, I feel like this is going to be one of those fights where people's scorecards are going to be all over the place. Because they're both doing really great work. And naturally, you know, we're biased based off what we like and dislike. And, you know, we're going to score things according to that. So this is what I like, going back and forth between Muratalla and Cruz. I have it right now 3-2 Raymond Muratalla, but I wouldn't be mad to see it 3-2 Andy Cruz either. You got Cruz 4-1, Andy Cruz 3-1. Okay. You know, and like I said, with the fourth round, I could see that being an Andy Cruz round as well. So this could easily be 3-2 in my books, either or. So the interchangeable. I'm slowly putting together my scorecard so you guys can dissect it later and criticize or agree. But that was a great round from Andy Cruz, man. I think there was a lot of adjustments from Andy Cruz. But Muratalla landed a good uppercut and a right on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz landed a good right there. I could literally give credit to both these guys, man. You know, and my scorecard might be a little bit more towards Raymond Muratalla because I might be forcing and looking for shots from Raymond. Both guys are landing great shots. Raymond landing some good combinations. Good jab from Raymond. You know, and it makes me wonder how people are scoring it because people might like the pressure from Raymond Muratalla. But a couple good jabs from Andy. Good 1-2 from Andy to keep Raymond Muratalla at bay. Raymond, good sneaky right uppercut catches Andy Cruz. But good straight right from Andy Cruz landing on Raymond Muratalla. These guys are literally exchanging a shot for shot. Andy Cruz is throwing a couple combinations and slides out. Great movement from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is starting to warm up, starting to take some chances, and he's having success in the pocket. Landed a good right on Raymond Muratalla. Andy Cruz is making great adjustments in this round, starting to separate a little bit, starting to land shots, and then make Raymond Muratalla miss, which is very huge when it comes to judging, because it was a very tight fight. And if you're able to land your shots and get away, it's going to be a lot telling on who's in control of the fight. And this is probably the most dominant Andy Cruz round, because the fact that he's able to land and not get hit. Great adjustments. But Raymond Muratalla is not laying down, landing a couple good jabs. Good lead left hook by Andy Cruz, but Raymond's not letting Andy Cruz off the hook. He's throwing combinations. Andy Cruz misses with a right. Good right hook to the body from Raymond. Good. Oh, good combination from Raymond. Andy Cruz ties up. Raymond's trying to work in the clinch. 10 seconds left. Raymond misses with the right. Oh, good uppercut from Raymond Muratalla. Oh, shit. Andy Cruz's head went flying back. Shoosh. I want to give Andy Cruz that round, but man, there is some scary moments in there that we're going into the 6th round now, so there's a lot that can happen in this fight. I gave that to Andy Cruz, right? That's what I said. I have it 3-3. Neither fighter is in cruise control, huh? Chill out. Cruz landing more punches. I said Muratalla wasn't going to lay down. Yep. Andy Cruz by decision. Good bet. Look, this is a 50-50 fight in my opinion. So I picked Andy Cruz, but I also told everyone do not underestimate Raymond Muratalla. This can be a very, very close fight. And you can see already, I have it 3-3. I think some people might have Andy Cruz up a little bit more, which is fine. I think this is one of those type of fights where easily this could go either or right now. So, and my bad, we're in the 7th round. I messed up my round. I didn't change it on the screen. 3-3 is what I have. Yo, Raymond's right hand is fire, dude. And Andy Cruz, once again, same fight. On his back foot, using his lateral movement, double up jab, trying to wait for good counter opportunities. Trying to create opportunities with that jab. And Raymond Muratalla using calculated pressure and waiting for opportunities himself. Using that right hand to the body. Andy Cruz throws a 1-2, kind of like to try to get Raymond off him. Lands a good jab on Raymond, and Raymond tries to counter but misses. Andy Cruz trying to throw. Oh, 3-piece combination with the lead hand from Raymond Muratalla catches Andy Cruz. I don't know if all of them landed, but good left hook to the body by Andy. But a right hand over the top catches Andy. That one landed. And a sneaky left catches the top of Andy Cruz right there. They both exchange jabs. It almost seems like Raymond's starting to heat up in this round. And Andy Cruz is starting to throw a lot of get-off-me punches. But the telling shots, the strong shots are coming from Raymond. And Andy Cruz is moving around on his back foot, going side to side. Good little, I don't know what that was. Was that even a shot with his right hand? I don't know if he just bopped him on the head. But a lot of movement from Andy Cruz. Impressed with his conditioning and able to just use these angles and go side to side. But Raymond Muratalla still putting pressure, keeping Andy on the ropes. But Andy, even though he's on the ropes, he's going side to side. But he's a right hand, and Andy Cruz goes side to side with his head like kind of a showboat. Like, that didn't hurt me. But Raymond is starting to really tee off on Andy Cruz. I don't think Cruz is looking good in this round. This is probably the most dominant Raymond Muratalla round. And this is where the experience is starting to show. Good right hook to the body. Left hook to the body. This is why Top Rank probably felt comfortable by bringing Raymond on another platform. Because this rounds like that, you don't need to debate who won. That was Raymond Muratalla, by far easiest round to score for Raymond Muratalla. Raymond showing his ring IQ, very impressive. Cruz too heavy on the back foot, in my opinion. But he kind of has to. That's his strong suit. You cannot sit with Raymond Muratalla. He has the better, how would I say it? He knows how to turn his shots better. He's stronger. He's physically stronger, and his inside fighting is better than Andy Cruz. Now, Andy Cruz's angles, his counter punching on the move, because Raymond's counter punching is also great too. But Raymond's pressure, the combination, the body shots, I mean, he's not a single one-punch fighter. He's not a one-dimensional fighter. Raymond is a very complete fighter. And at this point, it's showing that this is more than just, some guy that's just strong, physical. This is an intelligent boxer that's putting calculated pressure. So, good right hand by Andy Cruz, but he eats a left hook from Raymond Muratalla. Andy Cruz is going to have to make some adjustments and capitalize on some of these shots that Raymond's throwing. Good right hook to the body again, but Raymond's starting to be the guy to... Oh, but good combination from Andy. Andy tries to throw a right over the top. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Andy's starting to make some adjustments in this round. Starting to let his hands go a little bit more. Starting to fight Raymond Muratalla in the middle of the ring. They're starting to exchange. Andy's not on the bike as much. But once again, Raymond's still putting the pressure and eventually forces Andy back on his bike. Which is fine. That's what Andy does well. Good body shot from Andy Cruz. But Raymond landed a shot over the top. But Andy has to be careful when he tries to exchange, because Raymond has a great hook. He's strong. And you take the wrong chance, you're going to get caught. Andy Cruz lands a good combination. Tries to get Raymond off him. Raymond still puts the pressure. Good left hand from Andy Cruz. Good jab from Raymond Muratalla. Andy's starting to take more chances right now. Raymond seems to slow down a little bit and kind of picking his shots a little bit more. Oh, good left and a right uppercut lands on Andy Cruz from Raymond Muratalla. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Andy's starting to make some adjustments in this round. Raymond seems to not be as effective as he was the last round. This is still a round where one giant punch could probably change the perspective. Andy Cruz's activity seems to be the reason why, in my opinion, he's winning this round. He's making Raymond miss, and he's starting to let his hands go. Great elusive footwork. Great upper body from Andy Cruz. This might be a very definitive and decisive round, just like how Raymond won the last round. I think the adjustments came from Andy in that round, and so because of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I have it at a stalemate again, where I have the fight as a 4-4. I personally have it 4-4, potentially 5-3, depending on how you see it. There was 2 close rounds in the fight where I put an asterisk that I could see either or. But I think that last round was Andy Cruz right after Raymond had a very dominant round. Raymond looks stronger. Cruz looks great, but when he opens up, he has to step forward. Who's winning? I have it 4-4. 4-4 or 5-3. Great adjustment in that 8th round for Andy Cruz. So, all right. Andy Cruz looks like he's trying to fight Raymond, and he's starting to try to push Raymond back, seems. Might be a very dangerous game plan. Starting to see that Andy is not trying to box, but try to take a chance to maybe push Raymond Muratalla backwards. And maybe he can make some success there. But he's walking into the fire, and it lands a good right. And Andy Cruz is starting to make some serious adjustments by pushing and fighting Raymond Muratalla. He's starting to get physical with Raymond Muratalla, and he's having success. And Andy Cruz landing good shots to the body. Andy Cruz is winning the first round of this round by being the aggressor, starting to fight Raymond Muratalla, starting to fight in the middle of the ring. But now Raymond Muratalla starting to take some calculated counter shots, landed clean and flush on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is now starting to go back on his bike, eats a right hand. And Raymond starting to pick his shots a little bit more calculated. Oh, Andy Cruz eats a left hook from Raymond Muratalla. Very close round. As Andy had a good first minute of the round, Raymond Muratalla is starting to slowly control the rest of this round. Minute left. This could be anyone's round, in my opinion. I thought Andy won the first round, Raymond won the second, and it's starting to feel like Raymond's starting to put that pressure again. High guard, and got Andy on his foot. Very important part of the round. And Raymond's starting to get physical, starting to land a lot of hooks. Left hook to the body, starting to get busy on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is shaking his head, but this is the last 30 seconds. And it's very important because whatever Andy did in the beginning is slowly being forgotten because Raymond is starting to leave a lasting impression at the end of the 9th round, which is really important to the judges. Andy Cruz, who started strong, not taking chances, eating, a lead uppercut from Raymond Muratalla. Woo! And with a great start of the round, in my personal opinion, Raymond stole it by dominating majority of the second half of that round from almost 2 minutes and on. So, who has the momentum? It's a back and forth. It's a back and forth. Fighters like Raymond can't fight going backwards. That's what I think Bozy was trying to instruct to him. And he was having success, but the question is, can Andy maintain that? You know? Let those hands go, Cruz. He was letting his hands go in the first minute of the round. He was doing well. But then afterwards, Raymond started to put his shots together, and Cruz was being hesitant. Hey, man, what's your prediction on this match? I favored Andy Cruz slightly, like a 55-45, but I've heavily stressed Raymond Muratalla as a huge likely like a huge chance of winning this fight. And because of it, I felt this was a 50-50 fight, even though I had to pick. Free Tank, what he sure. This is a very great fight. I right now have a 5-4 Raymond Muratalla, and it could be either or with 2 swing rounds I have. But Raymond starting off landing some good jabs as Andy Cruz is firing back. I think me and Chris Mannix have a very similar scorecard. Andy Cruz is starting to start strong in this round again, using his jabs and willing to exchange. But Raymond Muratalla is still relentless, putting a lot of pressure. And honestly, this pressure that Raymond's putting on can be a huge opportunity for him to maybe win some of these swing rounds because he's trying to be effective on the front foot. But Andy Cruz, and in exchange, lands a good right hand after they tried it. Good right hand from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is starting to let his hands go, and Raymond Muratalla is firing back. Both are exchanging. Seems like Andy might have got the better of the exchanges. Andy Cruz is on his back foot, going back and forth, side to side. A lot of IQ being put on display from both these fighters. An amazing fight between both these guys. Andy Cruz throwing a good couple combinations. But a good right hand lands flush from Raymond Muratalla, and another right, and they're exchanging. Andy Cruz is trying to get back after eating two solid right hands. They're both pawing the jabs out. Raymond's starting to put pressure on Andy. Another right hand from Raymond Muratalla, putting a lot of pressure again. This is definitely going in favor of Raymond Muratalla after those right hands. Good jab from Andy Cruz on his back foot. Raymond still hawking him down. Got Andy Cruz on the ropes. Another right hand from Raymond Muratalla. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Lead left hook from Raymond Muratalla lands. Almost pushes Andy Cruz in the direction where he's moving. Double jab from Andy Cruz. Double jab and a right miss from Raymond Muratalla. A jab misses from Andy Cruz. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Good right hand from Andy Cruz. Another close round. Oof. Man, dude. Honestly, I'm going to have to give that to Raymond too, because those right hands were so flush and clean. I love the jabs from Andy Cruz, but those right hands, man, they were significant shots, and they were sharp. So Raymond may be ahead. You have to beat the champion. Good scrap. The winner is going to have to dig deep. I agree. Right now, I have it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6-4. I have it 6-4 right now. And honestly, even though I have it 6-4, I could see it, some of these rounds being interchangeable. So it could be a 5. What is it? What was that? 5-5? Jesus. It could be a 5-5. Both fighters need these rounds. I won't even gamble. As of right now, Andy Cruz going side to side on his back foot. Good job from Andy Cruz. Good straight left from Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is using a lot of lateral movement going side to side, but he eats a right going side to side. Raymond timed him in between all the footwork, but Andy Cruz lands a good right. Ooh, good right from Raymond Muratalla lands on Andy Cruz. And I think that might have hurt Andy Cruz, but he's fighting and he's digging deep, throwing to the body, and Raymond Muratalla is exchanging and landing some serious hooks. Andy Cruz is in the fire, willing to exchange after potentially getting buzzed slightly. Good jab to the body from Raymond Muratalla. Good jab from Raymond Muratalla. Flush power jab. Andy Cruz right now exchanging and putting on a good fight, but the harder and more effective shots is coming from Raymond as he follows a combination and lands a good right. Ooh, good right hand from Andy Cruz. Oh, low blow shot from Andy Cruz from the left. Probably unintentional. Wouldn't say it was intentional. But they continue to fight. Raymond Muratalla wanted to keep the momentum as if he didn't want Andy Cruz to rest. But they clinched right now. And to be honest with you, I think Raymond's shots might be a little bit more effective in this round. And I think with the remaining seconds, Andy Cruz is really going to have to find some significant shots as Raymond goes to the body and lands 2 good shots, maybe 3. And Raymond pushes Andy Cruz off in the clinch. Man, dude. Raymond lands a good right, but he eats a right himself. They exchange. Oh, good right hook to the body from Raymond. Andy Cruz is throwing a couple jabs, but these punches that Raymond land are strong, flush, solid, clean. Andy's landing some good jabs, but the hooks to the body. Man, dude, Raymond is a tough dude, and same with Andy, man. But Raymond is just putting that pressure on, not giving Andy any room. Yeah, man. At this point, my scorecard got Raymond Muratalla winning the fight. He needs just one more round to close the show. But your DAZN shut down? Yeah, I got Muratalla up by a few. Appreciate it, man. Why is there no blow by blow in the first 30 seconds of each round? My DAZN completely shut down. Major tech issues in the streams. I'm sorry, Quincy. I'm calling it the way that I see it. Raymond is boxing a lot better than I thought he would. See, Shabazz, I don't know if you were here earlier, but he is a lot more technical than a lot of people give credit for. And really, to be honest with you, this is a fight where I think that if Andy Cruz had a couple more fights, this could be a completely different fight. So it could be a matter of just rushing Andy Cruz in the professionals and against a really good lightweight. So, all right. And as of right now, the final round, Andy Cruz throws a jab to the body and lands. Raymond's still putting pressure on Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz is going side to side on the ropes all night. Andy Cruz trying to go and find a good opportunity to try to counter in between going side to side. But Raymond's still putting pressure, hawking him down. Oh, and they exchange. Raymond put a lot of pressure, landing a good jab, sends Andy Cruz's head back. Raymond's going for it. Raymond's hunting Andy Cruz down. He's not taking any chances. He's going after Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz still side to side, trying to pick his shots, trying to be calculated. Good couple body shots from Raymond Muratalla. Good jab from Andy Cruz. Oh, good jab to the body from Raymond. And Raymond lands a good lead left hook, and Andy Cruz follows it with a right. But Andy might have got buzzed a little bit. And a right lands from Raymond, and Andy Cruz shakes his head as if like, no, that didn't get. But you know what that means. Andy Cruz throws a combination, and they all miss. These guys are exchanging, but Raymond is digging deep into those body shots. Muratalla is just showing that he has the experience that he's been saying to keep up with the gold medalists. Good right hand from Raymond Muratalla. Oh, man. Might have made him kind of buckle a little bit. Andy Cruz needs to make something happen in the last 30 seconds because these right hands are landing flush. Good solid left from Andy Cruz, but Raymond Muratalla is still firing away. Raymond Muratalla's pressure all night, nonstop, and he clinch. Oh, good right hand from Raymond Muratalla. Oh, another right. Oh, Raymond won that last round. Hey, I was telling y'all, Raymond ain't nothing to play with. This was a 50-50 fight for sure. If you had any questions about Raymond Muratalla, it has been answered. Like I was saying earlier, you cannot base it. Oh, he fought Tevin Farmer. He should have did this. And I'm telling you right now, Raymond is not a one-dimensional fighter. And he fought a guy he had to hunt down, chase, counter, create opportunities, be patient, set up combination, be conditioned, can take some solid shots because Andy was landing some flush shots at times. But at the end of the day, I really have to say Raymond Muratalla won that fight. No bullshit. Close at a point, but Raymond, the final round, it was practically almost a competitive close shutout those last 3-4 rounds. So we don't have a decision yet. We're waiting for the judges, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is my scorecard. Here, let me show you my scorecard real quick while we wait. All right, cool. I gave the first to Andy, the second to Raymond, third to Raymond, fourth to Raymond, but it could be a swing. Fifth to Andy, sixth to Andy, seventh to Raymond, eighth to Andy, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's how I saw it. Those right hands just started just cracking Andy. And I thought Andy made it a very competitive fight until the championship rounds where Raymond showed why he is the IBF championship of the world. I think Raymond edged it. Raymond was up by a lot by the zone streams cut off in the round 10. By how you called a fight we knew you were cheering for. I'm glad I watched it from. Okay, that's fine, Quincy. So you thought Andy Cruz won? That's what you telling me? That's fine. If you thought Andy Cruz won, brother, then that's fine. But I think Andy Cruz did not win. I think Andy Cruz did a great job, but I think personally, this might have been 1 or 2 fights too soon. Because this was a fight where he went from this level to this level. And he did amazing. And if you guys were early in the stream, I told you guys, top rank last year. And listen, Quincy, I picked Andy to potentially win the fight. So, but I made a statement at top rank, they are really great at putting their fighters in cross-promotional fights, regardless if it's PBC, match, and whatnot. And last year, outside of Brian Norman and Steven Navarro, I think all their fighters have won on other networks without a platform. So, we're going to hear the scorecards and see who wins. So, all right, let's see. Just don't make them egregious, because I didn't think it was... Let's see. I told you stand up. Who remembers Muay Thai backyard boxing ring? Raymond won regardless. Let's see. Okay. 114 even. 118 110. 116 118. 118. I mean, I thought Raymond won, but 118? I wouldn't say 118 now. That's wild. Quincy, all right, can we just start over? Like, I feel like we have we're not vibing right now. If I was doing a mind reader again on you, I'm sorry, okay? Let's just start over from the beginning, okay? Let's just start over from the beginning. If that's the case, my bad. All right, if a cop plants evidence, you're convicted. It doesn't mean you did the crime. Home cooking? I mean, the right person won. The right person won, but... But the right man won. Ray won and deserving of the win. But yeah, 118, 110 is not what I had. Not at all. I didn't have Raymond winning 10. One 112. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 116, 112. It's not bad. 161. There was some swing rounds, but dude, Raymond really dominated that championship set. Like that's what he did. Like he Cruz didn't get robbed, but that 118 was egregious though. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like that really shows how good Tevin Farmer was. And also, it's not just how good Tevin Farmer, but it also showed the developmental that, like, let's just say like Raymond at that moment when he fought Tevin maybe would have struggled more with Andy. But you got to remember, he fought the Philly fighter who Andy goes to a Philly gym and he's familiar a little bit after fighting the Philly fighter. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was a developmental fight that got him ready for Andy Cruz. The problem is Andy Cruz didn't have a developmental fight for Raymond Muratalla. He was already an amazing gold medalist, but that doesn't translate all the time in the pros. You need a fight to get you ready for that fight, and he just jumped to Raymond Muratalla. Raymond Muratalla fought a slick defensive mover Philly fighter, and so he was able to learn from it. So Andy Cruz almost did that amazing jump that most gold medalists are put in a position to be fast tracked and to perform at a rate like that. And he did great. Trust me. That was a great performance from Andy Cruz that I take nothing away. But I did interview Raymond Muratalla and I did have a conversation with him. And we talked about it. And we talked about the inexperience where it was probably too soon. I didn't interview Andy because I would have asked him. Like, he's going to say, no, I think I'm fine. But I talked to Raymond and I was like, is that going to be the defining factor why that you're going to be able to beat him? Because you do recognize how good he is. He's a gold medalist. It's not like you're disrespecting and discrediting. But it came down to our conversation about the experience. Just the experience alone will show. And it showed in the last couple rounds. And how to win those rounds when it matters. So I want to see Andy Cruz with all these guys. Trust me, he's going to learn from this. He can give a fight with Abdullah Mason. I still want to see Keshan Davis. All those fights, Shakur, they're all going to be great fights. But this is why you can't just fast track people, regardless of how talented they are, because you need to get them familiar and groomed to not just the style, but the stage, right? Knowing how to win a 12-round fight. Andy's never went 12, let alone 11. So now he's in an unfamiliar place with a killer, Raymond Muratalla. Say no more. RGBA, another. Yo, Robert's doing his thing, man. Now Muratalla can be taken more serious. Facts. And, I take my hat off. This could be a future rematch if Andy goes off and does something, right? Yeah, those judges, man, like the 118 is wild, man. It was close to the 118, That was egregious, man. It's all up, brother. I agree, right, man? Yeah, yo, Quincy, let's just start over, man. I just feel like maybe I read a message wrong. Let me just start by that. And then we just start from backwards. You know what I mean? So give me a chance again. We go from there. With more experience, Andy would have won. Just waited a couple more fights. Yep. And you know what? That was my biggest gripe about it. And it's no shot at Matchroom, but I do feel like Matchroom's matchmaking is probably the least experienced out of the bunch. And it shows. If you really look at a lot of Matchroom's fighters, they get put in a position where they kind of are in a situation like this. Now, you'll get moments like Dalton Smith that destroyed Matias a couple weeks ago. It happens, right? But this is kind of a fight where you can just tell we could do one more fight for Andy Cruz. But why? Why are we fast tracking to him? And that might be because they grossly underestimated Raymond Muratalla. or over believed in Andy Cruz, but Top Rank has done this multiple times. And it's going to sound like Top Rank glazing, but really, 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 really think about this. How often does Top Rank lose their big cross promotional fights? They were okay with this fight. And it shows why. They knew the experience level difference. It was a matchmaking battle more than anything. We've done our homework and we've done our developing. We don't think your fighter is as developed yet. Now, we feel like if he was more developed, sure, but amazing fight, though. Amazing fight. Raymond won clearly ignorance of the posers. Last 3 rounds for Raymond. Raymond won no more than 5 rounds. Nah, brother, you tripping. This fight was more one-sided than Floyd and Canelo. Had Raymond up 7-3. Cruz 7-5. Nah, I agree with you're completely genius. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, so Raymond won. The better bring in Julian Iglesias. Let me see. Let's see. I gotta see. Cold body slamming Hart. Where do both fighters go from here? I mean, Raymond gets an opportunity now to ask for big fights, right? He can ask for Abdullah Mason. You know, he can ask for Shakur when he comes back. I mean, this is a huge stamp. This is a huge win, and it stamps him in the lightweight division. Like, there's no question that this man belongs as a champion. Like, Raymond won, a killer. A lot of Cruz fanatics. He had Cruz shell shock, too much shoe shine. Yeah, and you can see those little moments, like when he got caught with a good shot and he shook. That's like, nah, that didn't do nothing. But you know what that means. That means you landed flush. But now I have to tell you, like, that was nothing. That was nothing. You know what I mean? It's okay. I think Andy Cruz is a phenomenal fighter, but it's just one of those moments where 1 or 2 more fights would have played a huge difference, man. And I'll tell you one thing I was always critical about Andy Cruz's professional fights is he always looked somewhat gassed. He didn't look gassed. He looked like he could have went another 3 more rounds, in all honesty. So he trained hard and he prepared for this fight. But so did Raymond Muratalla. And I think he knew that he was the dark horse. And he knew by being considered the underdog in this fight, gave him more of a fire to kind of let people know that not only when I win, I will also make sure that you guys know that you have grossly underestimated me. And now you may have to reconsider how I will match up against all these guys now. And so that is what everyone in boxing is doing. Because even though I gave Raymond Muratalla a lot of credit into this commentary, a lot of credit before the fight started, you can rewind the stream to the beginning. I gave Raymond Muratalla in Top Rank a lot of credit for accepting Andy Cruz fight. But I still was like, you know what? As an Olympian, a gold medalist Olympian, to be a gold medalist Olympian, almost all gold medalist Olympian, almost all, pan out to be an amazing fighter. Just all the experience alone. But my big gripe was the matchmaking experience between the two. I picked Andy Cruz because I felt that he could potentially rise to the occasion, but he needs to, because if not, he would lose. The Raymond's not a guy that you can have a shitty performance against, or like there's not one. You have to be more than A+. You have to dig into your bag and excel. And even though he was probably an A, he just couldn't set the proper traps and couldn't stop the pressure from Raymond Muratalla. He couldn't get away, and Raymond's a lot more intelligent than people have. You know, the thing that Keshan starches these guys, Keshan's probably laughing around. He's at the fight right now, so it's like getting upset because Cody Rhodes beat Brock Lesnar. Cards were wild, but Raymond did his thing. Yeah, I thought that 118 was bad. I seen the fight without volume and had Andy Cruz winning. Did you? I don't know. I mean, here's the key thing about volume, though. When people say, when they turn, and I'm not talking about you, just in general, when you turn volume off, you lose a huge part of the fight. The loud, flush-ass shots that land. You cannot just look at a punch and just think, okay, I understand the effectiveness of that punch. The sound plays a part of it. A flush, clean, solid shot punch will also let you know how hard the punch is too. You can't just base it only off the eyes. You have to use all your senses. And hearing is part of it. So I know that you're saying that about the commentary, but when you do that, you lose some of the volume of the punches. So that's why sometimes when you do that, you can't really understand the efficiency of the punch. And Muay Thai has shown intelligence, counter punching, aggression, a little bit of boxing, chin, was able to cut off the ring, was able to throw combinations, was able to set up body shots, was able to counter, was able to do a tremendous amount of things you need a world championship fighter to do. Bro didn't see Andy's head moving back. I mean, and that was there too. Visually, without the audio, Andy's head was going like, so. Yeah, and the Muay Thai, and the beautiful thing about Muay Thai also is that he didn't just like bullied him and just put pressure, and he was at moments outboxing him in mid-range, out countering him, setting up shots, setting traps. Like he wasn't just Madonnaing him and just smothering him, you know. You can see him thinking and really putting together his shots. He was even doing pole counters in there a little bit. Not sexy Floyd Mayweather like, you know, but there's some pole counters. There's some combinations with the lead hand where he's going to the body. A little De La Hoya. He was doing a little De La Hoya in there. You know, that lead left was amazing tonight. And the story was he has a great right hand, which stole the second half of the fight. But a lot of it in the beginning was that lead left. So amazing performance from both. One person has to win. I take my hat off of Andy Cruz. This was a fight where honestly he really excelled. He jumped from this level of competition to here. And even though he came up short, I'm a fan of both. Andy Cruz showed levels in his game, but Muay Thai showed why he is the champion and why you cannot just come in here and just think, just because I don't have a name like Shakur Stevenson or Gervonta Tank Davis, just because I'm not on pay-per-view cards, you know, just because I'm not have a million people in the venue, just because I'm not on a Riyadh season card, just because there's not a whole bunch of celebrities, Raymond Muay Thai belongs on the level of all those fighters, Shakur, Abdullah, Tank, Lamont, all those guys. And so because of that, tonight, we will all be asking Abdullah Mason, Keshan Davis, all those guys. I mean, I asked Keshan Davis a while ago, would you fight Raymond Muay Thai, you know, a year ago? But at this point, we're going to ask. We want to see Lamont and Raymond. We're going to want to see Abdullah and Raymond. We're going to want to see Keshan Raymond. We're going to see Shakur Raymond, Tank Raymond. You know, we want to see it now. So congratulations to Raymond Muay Thai for giving us an amazing performance. Congratulations to Andy Cruz, even though you fell short. You gained a lot of fans today. And I would love to see Andy Cruz also with the names I just named, because he kind of already had that hype with the boxing fans. So if you think Cruz won, you don't know boxing. If you think Cruz lost, or you mean Cruz won, you don't know about fight. Yeah, Muay Thai. Raymond did look big in there. Yeah, he was the bigger guy. And he's too small for a guy that skilled. Muay Thai definitely showed levels, man. Damn, he definitely showed how you cut off a ring too. And what I mean, and thanks Eric, man, I appreciate you. And what's so amazing about Andy is that as great as Raymond was at cutting off the ring, Andy was amazing, able to also get out of it too. So their footwork tonight might be the story, because Raymond and Andy Cruz have shown a lot of fighters how to really utilize your feet as much as your hands to really get you in a position of how to, you know, to actually dominate a fight. So, but let me see. What do we got? We got some videos coming in. Let me read a couple before I let you guys go. You're right about the volume. Just seen a clip where audio Raymond Muay Thai's punches sound explosive. Yeah, and like I said, that was not even anything directed to you, right? It's just it's a huge part of just being able to know how effective that punch was. So just keep that in mind, because if I turned the volume off, I would have a completely different fight too, just like you. So it's not specifically you. It would affect everyone and myself. And so I say that as just another way where you don't want the commentary to affect you, but then you also can't really score the fight because now you're losing one of your senses. So, you know. But yeah, it was a great fight, man. Oh, chill out, bro. But I want to see Keshan Raymond Muratalla. That's the fight I asked for last year. Raymond Muratalla is a grossly underestimated fighter, and I'm glad a lot of people was able to see it, man. Because I think by all means, let's see it about. I think by all means, I think Raymond deserves all the praise today. All the attention that Andy Cruz was getting should go immediately to Raymond. No, make no excuses. Don't say, oh, they robbed Andy, blah, blah, blah. You know, even if you felt it was close. A lot of people didn't really think Raymond was like that. So now we got to start asking these guys now, you going to want to fight Raymond Muratalla? All these guys. Everybody should be asked, do you and should you fight Raymond Muratalla? And the answer should say yes and yes. That's it. You know, Abdullah Muratalla. Ooh, peel out. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. All right, so let me unveil a little bit too, right? Like this is me being transparent, right? I have a better rapport with Abdullah and Raymond Muratalla because I've been covering them for a while. I like Andy Cruz, right? And I'm not saying that I probably didn't have some potential rooting interest for Raymond. We're all biased to a way, right? Like we can throw it out there, right? But it's natural when you cover someone and you talk and interview for a while, you have some sort of routine interest subconsciously. I know both those guys. I'm gonna have to just let that fight just go because that's an amazing fight with both. I think Andy Cruz is an amazing fighter too. And I think that's the only reason why I felt Raymond was still going to have a huge chance to win the fight, even though I picked against him. Abdullah Mason and Raymond Muratalla is another fight that's just phenomenal. And I think in this sense, it's tough because Abdullah might be in the same category as Andy Cruz. And I'm not saying that I haven't made a pick yet because it's not, I don't have, but you have to take in consideration the experience is also going to maybe favor Raymond. And we don't know how good Sam Noakes really is in hindsight because Sam Noakes could be a fight that either will tell us where Abdullah Mason's skill level is or really where he's at. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know what Sam Noakes is capable of too. So Sam Noakes goes out and blasts some people out. Then we're like, yo, maybe the experience was earned at the age of 21, right? But I do feel like Raymond is an amazing, talented fighter too. I think honestly, I think personally, and I've told this, I think Abdullah Mason was a better prospect than Andy Cruz to me. And I had some people go, what? That was just my personal opinion. So, but what Raymond Muratalla was able to do today is going to elevate him in experience. And that might potentially maybe make him the favorite against Abdullah. But I haven't made my pick yet. I haven't. Because you don't level up after beating a gold medalist like Andy Cruz. You just don't. Like, you don't. So, and Abdullah's 21. I don't even want to think about that fight. I don't even think that fight's going to happen anytime soon. So, but it was definitely close. No robbery, facts. And I like the fight, man. You know, I think I saw Devin Haney put a tweet like, I wasn't hip to Muay Thai's game, but okay. Now, Cole, now that was a robbery. Facts. Let me get some work going on right now. But like I said, to be honest, please don't throw away Andy Cruz. You know, if there was people rooting for Raymond Muratalla, or if people dislike Andy Cruz, or if you're still an Andy Cruz fan, it's good. Stay supporting with Andy because he's only gonna get better as a fighter. You know, he's only gonna grow from a fight like that. I mean, I did not like the scorecards, right? I mean, it sounded like he had no chance of winning at that point. But But I think Andy's gonna level up. I still want to see Andy versus Keshan. I just don't see why not. But Raymond's pressure was top tier tonight, man. That shit was some triple G, you know. That shit was some Canelo when he pressures well. Chef kiss, man. That was some sucker shit. Keshan was happy. What did he do? He jumped up and down. They tried to fast track the Cuban alone. Yeah, they shouldn't have did that, man. That was my only gripe, man. You think Ortiz beat Keshan? I don't think so, Shabazz. But you never know. I mean, I think Jermaine Ortiz. The problem with Jermaine Ortiz is he seems that the gas out the second half. Like, he kind of has an issue where he does really well, but in somewhere along mid to second half, it just doesn't translate like the beginning. So he might give Keshan some problems early on, but the later the fight goes, I think it favors Keshan. So, oh yeah, for sure, Raymond won hands down, no question. You know, I had it. Some people might say this is too wide, but I had it 8-4. You know, some people might have it 7-5. You know, maybe I was cheering a little bit too much for Raymond, but I think I just wanted to make sure that Raymond, in my mind, wasn't getting overlooked in the stuff that he was doing. And I think he was doing a tremendous job of setting his shots up and breaking Andy Cruz down to a point where he was able to capitalize the last couple rounds on making definitive, strong shots, you know? Get some rest, y'all. Good night. Yep. They say we always stepping on goofy. Yo, chill out with the race stuff, man. I know y'all probably been doing race battles and all that stuff. I just want to keep it boxing in here, man. You know, definitely the Mexican fighter won tonight, as deserving. You know, he's grossly underestimated, and Robert Garcia, legendary trainer, man. I mean, his stable is insane, dude. So Ray was extremely composed. That was the thing about like it all. Like that experience of composure was just. You saw Andy crack a little bit where he got hit with a good shot and shook his head. Just Raymond, just a full-blown killer, man. Just, man. I mean, that's why I was saying, like, he's not the conventional come-forward fighter. He's calculated, sets some good shots. You know, he's listening to Nas, so you know he has a different rhythm and cadence that he can get to. There's some hip-hop coming. Like, you got to take that all into consideration. The diversity, even though he seems like a very simple, chill guy, and I've talked to him many times, there's complexity all around him. You can see it in his game plan and the developing around his shot selections. And when he kind of struggles a little bit, you see how he overcomes it afterwards in another fight and how he develops. And you see his developing, you know, how he develops over time. So, yeah, man, I'm happy. I'm happy for him. Biggest robbery ever. No, stop. Keshan versus Raymond style-wise, it makes sense. Woo! Keshan Raymond might be the fight. That might be the fight. I'm going to find that clip. I'm going to resurface that clip. Yeah, I'm resurfacing that clip on Twitter. I don't care what nobody says. I'm resurfacing the clip because that's what I want. I want Raymond Muratalla and Keshan Davis. That's why Robert Garcia should be coach of the year. Yeah, man. Robert's that dude, man. I can't even hate, man. Appreciate the stream, Shabazz. Muay Thai is a complete fighter that applies high-level calculated pressure. Facts, man. That's why Robert's back-to-back trainer of the year, man. I really feel like Bomat. I'm biased, though. But, you know, I'm biased for Robert, too, man, because I think Robert's the shit, man. I think someone came in here early and was like, yo, Robert Garcia's racist. I'm like, how? When his favorite fighter is Sugar Ray Leonard. I know it sounds like, you know, how am I racist? I got black friends. But, like, come on, dude. As much people, you know, talk about how Mexicans have Mexican pride and they cheer on their favorite fighters, you know, Chavez and things like that. Robert Garcia's favorite fighter that he told me was Sugar Ray Leonard. And you can see that way he trains his fighters isn't this one-dimensional fighter. He extends things to make them better. Adds a jab to Maidana, completely different fighter. Mikey Garcia don't fight like a come-forward fighter. Raymond Muratalla don't fight like a come-forward fighter. You know, when he was training Rayo Venezuela, he had a boxing pit bull. Bop, bop, bop. Come on, man. It is top 10 robbery. Oh, come on. All right. Too bad ring 6 will trample Xander. Yeah. Andy Cruz dominated the first 6? Dominated the first 6? dominated in the first 6? I don't know about that, man. That's too much. But why win me my bet via decision, Cruz? Why? Robert has Bam, Ortiz, Raymond. They're all undefeated. Yeah, man. Say no more, man. Robert's the shit, man. Robert's the shit, man. All right. Raymond Muratalla won easily. Muratalla can beat Shakira. He has the high level skill. Yo, man. Raymond ain't no Zepeda. I'll tell you that. Shakur and Raymond Muratalla be a good fight too. So Robert has came a long way. He used to be so offensive minded back in the day. Yeah, but now look at his fighters, man. Look how fundamentally sound Virgil Ortiz looked in that Erickson Lubin fight. Enough said, man. Robert's and honestly, Bo and Robert have a lot of respect for each other, man. Like they literally speak highly of each other. I've talked to both of them about it. Every time I talk to Bo, man, I say, no, tell me trainers that you respect in this era that you have high praise for. And he's like, Robert Garcia. And Robert says the same with Bo. So he won 6 of the 12 as a Robert because it should have been. Nah, I don't think so. You thought Muay Thai won 6 straight after? I don't know, man. There was a clear round for Andy Cruz in my book, like on the. I don't know, man. Run it back then, you know. Run it back then. Bro, asked you why win my bet via decision, Cruz. Oh, man. All right, y'all. I got to get to work. I got some videos to upload. But the fight should have been a draw. Muay Thai face was beat up. I don't know, man. That don't tell the story, brother. That don't tell the story. A face don't tell the story. You got to remember that. The face don't tell the story of a fight. You know, some people cut easier. A shot could have been a good shot that round, right? But you got to win all the rounds. So, anyways, man, enough said. Amazing fight for both guys. I appreciate you guys coming out and supporting the channel. I got to get and work on some videos. And other than that, stay tuned here on FIghtHype. We got a whole bunch of videos dropping. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert Garcia pull a win against Doherty versus Hitchens. Robert's the truth, bro. We gotta let everybody know. Robert has how many champions? Sheesh. Now, 118 is ridiculous, though, man. That 118 was ridiculous. Now, this is one of those fights that has to happen later. No immediate rematch. Let Andy get exposed. If it happens again, it might be worse for Andy because Raymond's gonna level up too. So, all right, y'all, man. Appreciate you guys coming through. You guys are awesome. Stay tuned on here on FIghtHype. We got videos coming up. I gotta get to work on some videos that's coming in. Other than that, stay tuned. Congratulations, Raymond. Congratulations, Andy, for having a great performance. And you guys stay great. Robert's the best trainer in the game. All right, y'all. You guys take care. Peace.